I am.
Okay. Will you be using the native PC or your own?
I'm going to put my Mac on.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Sure.
This VGA right there.
Yes, it is.
All right. Oh, does it do HDMI?
It does.
Does? Well, that might be better. Just gonna tilt that. Don't expect to need Wi-Fi. There's no harm in having it up.
Do you have any audio with your...
I don't.
You're good to go.
I'm the audio. And is this microphone live?
That microphone is live,
Okay.
and that is what records everything onto
For
the podcast.
the streaming. Okay.
Correct.
Great. Awesome. All right, baby. Oh, and then they've got a clock right up underneath the projector, so I don't even need to have my phone. Do you want my phone while I'm doing this?
Yeah, less things you have to worry about, the better.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I hope you're not my whole audience. Although I'm gonna do it as if there were 100 people here, because there may be on stream.
Very sad.
Let him sit on this side or that side?
Right over there, I think. Yeah, he's going to be over there. So that looks like a good spot.
morning.
There aren't any warnings that are gonna go off on this or anything, right?
I hope not. I don't have it on.
Time to
I
do
should
this
put
or
it on.
time to do that.
Yeah.
Any what?
Alarms or noises that my phone.
He handed me his phone. I just wanna make sure his alarms are off.
That's a good point.
Thanks.
Username? Podcamp.
Yes. Oh, yeah. The username's Podcamp. The password is. I think there's one over here.
Park system. That's it. Whoops. We did.
I think it's okay to get started since wall clock says 10 o'clock.
Is someone coming in for you, John?
I don't think so. I think I'm.
The person that was over here.
She set me up, and I think we're ready to go. I'm going to stand about here, which puts me right in front of my audience.
Half your
Half my audience. That's right. And then the millions of people watching us at home.
Was there, were you here yesterday?
I was.
Was there a lot more yesterday?
Different sessions had more people, yes. I wouldn't say there were a whole lot more people in total, but probably, 20s.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I didn't make it yesterday.
Good morning. Welcome to Reboot, restarting your podcast. Day 2 of Podcamp Pittsburgh 11. Today I'm going to talk about the process of relaunching your podcast after a period of time. It might be a few months, it might be a few years. The goal here is to equip you both with some ideas and with some concrete actions that you can take to go from, boy, I wish I'd kind of stopped, gotten my podcast, kept it going, to actually having it live again. So we'll get started. My name is John Ackley. I am a software developer, developer of websites and system designer. I also do a variety of speaking on a variety of topics. So I'm excited to be here with you today. So a true story, last year I started a podcast on the topic of system design. I interviewed people from around the world, authors, designers, people working with interesting systems, people who have become known for their ability to teach systems, to design them. And the podcast was called System Smarts, and I had about 17 episodes that ran from late 2015 to early 2016. And at one point, I actually landed as number one on New and Noteworthy in the technology section of iTunes, which I know that there's some back and forth about whether chasing New and Noteworthy is worth it or not, but I was kind of proud of this one moment in time as I took a screenshot to commemorate the event. So time went on, and I was living with my family, doing our family thing and having a day job and trying to grind out this podcast in my spare time. And life kind of happens. And around March, we had a few family events start becoming more difficult to manage, and my podcast screeched to a halt. It just went dark. I had a period of several months where I thought, boy, I'll get that back, I'll get some more interviews scheduled, and I'll get that going, and it just never happened. So that led me to think, boy, what's going on here? Why did I stop? What went wrong other than the lack of time and the lack of planning? Well, one of the great pieces of advice that you get if you talk to anyone that teaches podcasting is always keep a bank of future episodes, so that if you have a sudden event or something that takes you away from your ability to create new podcasts, you've got a buffer of 2, 3, 6, 20 episodes that you can have pre-scheduled for release through your normal channel without you having to worry about it. I did not have this. I had a few episodes recorded in advance, but as time marched into 2016, I found it more and more difficult to keep ahead of that. And that led me to basically the middle of March, I had no episodes and no time to create new ones. So I went dark. One of the key things to take away here then is that it's really important to have 2, 3, or a half a dozen episodes in the bank that you can rely on if you want to take a vacation or have an emergency. So one of the resources I took advantage of to get my podcast started was Podcaster's Paradise. And this isn't really an advertisement for them, but it's a community that has a lot of podcasters involved, new and hopeful podcasters, as well as some established people. And they have a lot of, they have a forum with a lot of communication about problems. So if you have a question, you can go there, and generally it will be answered by a knowledgeable person, very shortly. Well, they also have Q&A with the mastermind of this group, John Lee Dumas of Entrepreneur on Fire podcast. And I posed the question, John, what are some things to keep in mind when I go about relaunching my podcast? And John said, never leave your audience hanging. Always tell them what you're going to do. Tell them what to expect. Tell them if you're going away, how long you'll be away, and what to expect in the meantime. Well, I did not do this, but for your benefit, I pass this advice on to you. So if you not only are in a position where you might run out of episodes and you can't produce anymore, you should definitely produce a Be Right Back episode so that they know that you're going to be dark for a little while. There are other techniques you can use. You can also republish old episodes, repackage them in slightly different ways, grab some best ofs. There are lots of content tricks you can do to kind of prolong the season, so to speak, but don't leave your listeners hanging. Tell them what to expect. Jumping ahead of my slides here a little bit. A really great example of a Be Right Back episode was Michael Hyatt when he reached episode 100 of his This Is Your Life podcast. That podcast was dedicated to closing out the first 100, or his kind of previous run of This Is Your Life, and setting up the next season, which would be in a different format and with a whole different, not an entirely different focus, but the way in which he started to promote and package his podcasts changed dramatically at this point. But there was a period of time where he went dark. So episode 100 was published, and then some period of time later, the next season 2, so to speak, was released, which started the next series of podcasts for Michael. And I hold this up as a really good example of keeping your listeners really well informed about what your intentions are, what to expect in the future. So, now, let's talk about practical aspects of getting started again. The first thing you should do is check your equipment. We're going to just talk about steps that you can take right now, this morning, to get started again. Go find your equipment. Make sure it's all there, it's all intact, that the cats haven't made a nest in your box of cables and microphones. Pull them out, dust them off, connect them. If you have certain amplifiers or other kind of equipment, plug it all back up together. Make sure the cable connections are good, they're clean, and that you have good clean signal through whatever equipment you use. If it's a USB mic you plug into your laptop, that's great. Plug that in, make sure you get a good signal on your recordings equipment or software. Second, update your software. So most people use a computer to record their podcast audio. Some people use dedicated hardware. I do a little of both. I have a digital recorder that I record the audio tracks directly on the digital recorder, but then I also feed the line out from that into the laptop and capture that directly in Audition. So make sure your recording software is updated. Make sure your operating system is as updated as you can. But then also check for things like drivers and support software. I use a Mac, and I cannot speak to all of the options that are available to Windows and Linux users, but on the Mac, one of the ways in which you redirect audio source information is through a set of drivers, and one of the early drivers was called Soundflower, and I used that successfully during my first set of podcasts. But then I found that there was a new one which showed promise for being a little easier to use, a little more comprehensive in how you set up sets of devices for the audio system, called Loopback. So I tried Loopback and I installed it and now I'm keeping that up to date. But I found that just that little update changed significantly the amount of thinking that I had to do when I set up a podcast recording. So now I can just pick the loopback draw device that I've set up, and it just automatically works. It's very, very nice, very important change. So consider your software, keep, the software you're going to use, make sure it's up to date, but also this is a good opportunity to maybe check out something new that could save you time in your production process and take the friction out of things like post-production, where you need to clean things up or add multiple sources to your podcast tracks. Okay. Now here's the soft stuff, the really soft stuff. These assets that you use are your show template. If you have a format that you use all the time that includes verbiage, text that you read at the beginning, boilerplate that you read at the end, and then any interview format or show format that you use. Make sure you take the time now to go through that, update it, clean it up, consider whether you want to pivot a little bit with the topic of your show or the theme of your show, and make sure that you capture that in the new copy, in the new version of your assets. But this goes just beyond, it goes beyond just the show notes and the production notes. This also includes things like email texts that you will send out to people that you're going to interview, people thanking your interviewers afterwards. It includes the social text of social messages that you would send out. There's a lot of ways in which you can create templates of all of these that will save you time and reduce the amount of overall time and effort that it takes to do production and promotion of your podcast when you're ready to launch. So you see here, this is my, you see on the left, I use a program that allows me to keep all my program notes in one program. So I have my list of episodes, and then for each episode I have my full show rundown, the social templates and the email templates are all baked into this show rundown that allows me to basically have a single source where I can go and copy the template into an email or copy the template into my social sharing program. And it also is my show rundown, so I have this open during the show and I read directly from it when I have to. I type notes into it live at times to capture what my interview guest is saying. So these are the kinds of things, if you can get these systematized in advance, they can save you a lot of time as you go forward. Okay, now let's talk really restarting. Now that you've refreshed a lot of things, now what are the ideas that you want to talk about in future shows? Who are the guests that you want to interview in future shows? You should brainstorm these. You should capture any wild idea that you have, capture it, document it in Evernote or a program like Google Docs or Scrivener or some other program that you use to capture ideas. That way you don't lose them. Once an idea kind of pops out of your head, it's a random event whether it'll ever come back or not. So get it written down as soon as you think of it. There's a great book by Claudia Altucher that talks about being an idea machine or an idea generator. So you might want to check out her book, Becoming an Idea Machine. So once you have your ideas, then you have to start planning how you're going to execute on those ideas. Is there a sequence that you want to run through from idea to idea to idea or guest to guest? Sometimes scheduling guests becomes its own project. How do you schedule guests? Well, sometimes they have limited availability, so you take them when they're available. If you have a lot of guests and are fairly successful, you can use a program like Schedule Once to ensure that your time is effectively used by getting your guests to pick their time. So you pre-assign, and I'll advance the slide here. So in terms of scheduling, a program like Schedule Once allows you to predetermine your availability, and you send a link to your guests saying, please pick any of my available slots, and we'll set up the interview call for that particular time. And then once they've picked a time, the Schedule Once system will send you an email to approve it, and then that allows you to start the dialogue with that guest about exchanging interview contact information like their Skype account or their mobile account or some other whatever teleconferencing app that you're going to use. But this brings up a more broad idea that if you don't schedule something, it may not get done. So the combination of something like Schedule Once for establishing your interview slots with your guests, combined with something like Google Calendar or another calendaring system, that allows you to control your time and to govern the amount of time that you have set aside for the podcasting activities that you need. But it also allows you to set aside time in a more general way for business building activities that you need to do if you're attempting to, or if this podcast is a part of your overall business strategy, which it probably is if you're paying attention to this. So schedule it, make sure that it is on a calendar that you're paying attention to, and that way you can have greater confidence that it will get done. So how do you track the guests that you are interested in interviewing? You may not know some of these people. For instance, several of my guests, I had to reach out through a friend of a friend to contact them. One was a complete cold email, actually several were, that I sent out to famous author that I was very taken with. I enjoyed reading his material for several decades, and I reached out to his publicity email and said, "Hey Jerry, I'm doing this podcast on systems. Would you like to be on the show?" And boy, he wrote back. I was so surprised and thrilled. So how you go about inviting them is very important. The language you use, the tone that you use is really important. Capturing the value it will give to your guest is also really important. So you have to always approach communication to someone that you are asking for something. What's in it for them? You have to keep that in your mind. How do you convey to them what they will get out of being on your show or helping you with something? So you can see in my email template here, and if you go to johnackley.com/podcamp, you can download both the slides from today and a swipe file that includes all my email templates and my show rundown, which you'll have to modify to be your own show, but you'll get the sense of what I've been doing in my own show production. So this email template basically frames the conversation that I want to start with my potential guest. I want to say, I have been reading a book that you wrote or listening to a podcast that you were on, and what other means they reached me. Tell them how you learned about them, and then invite them to be on your show, and then explain to them, without being too salesy what they would get out of it. My audience is this kind of demographic, and they they buy this kind of product if that's something about your audience, and convey to them that it would provide some value to your guest. Likewise, convey the value your guest would have to your audience. So you want to do both of those. That way, the guest understands from the very beginning of the conversation how they can best engage you and your audience. You can tell them how to look at listen to some of your episodes if they're interested to find out more. And if you've got a particular episode that captures an aspect of your show that would be most interest them, then let them know what that is. And then finally, the invitation to schedule is something you want to take into consideration. If you're just reaching out for the first time, it may be too soon to ask them to schedule something. So all you're trying to do is engage them initially with an interest in your show, but if you're more familiar with them, you might just say right away, grab a time slot and we'll set this up. So this all you have to just get a sense of how familiar you are or can be with the person you're asking to be on your show. And close with something really positive, and keep it short so that they read it. If it's too long or has a lot of complex structure or pictures, it'll probably just get routed to spam, and you'll miss an opportunity to communicate with them. So, okay. So once you have a lineup of guests or a lineup of topics that you're going to talk about, it's time to do the production. Get in the saddle. Take time out of your schedule and sit down and do your show. Nothing can be done until you actually record some audio. The best way to do this is to have a day of a week that you prefer and dedicate a couple of hours to getting everything set up, all of the requirements that you need to have the quietness that you need or the environment that you need. Make sure that all happens. Have a checklist for turning off noisy objects, shutting down or shutting curtains that might help damp noise from the outside. All of the tips that you would get from other podcast schools apply here. So just set yourself up for success and just do it. Get started. If you have at least one in the can, then you need to get the word out. You need to let know on social media, if you have an email list, through your email list, through any social groups that you're a part of, Facebook groups, LinkedIn groups, Google groups. Spread the word. It is not gauche to let people know that you offer something of value. You don't have to try and convince them to buy anything necessarily. Just say, hey, there's a great interview with somebody that you might find interesting on my show that came out this week. Let them know. Let them know in advance sometimes. It's also useful to, if you're trying to, if you are trying to set up a product offering in conjunction with some part of your podcast, you can do some pre-launch communications as well. Let them know tease them with what's coming out, and then drop a few teases over a course of a week, and then finally the big announcement comes out that it's now finally available. Also, make sure that you're hooked into as many podcast distribution channels as possible. So, we're all familiar with iTunes and Stitcher, but there are dozens of others. Google Play is now formally taking podcasts and making those available, and I can't even begin to list all the rest of them. So seek those out and announce your show there. And as I hinted a moment ago, get social. Go on the social networks that your audience are most active on, and maybe a few others to try and entice new people. Definitely do Facebook. I'm sure that some of the billion people on Facebook are interested in what you're doing. The use of Twitter is very useful because it's searchable from outside. The use of LinkedIn is useful if your podcast has a business focus. So there are, Pinterest and the Instagrams and all of the other socials are really niche focused in a lot of ways. And if your audience is there, you must go there and announce and have a dialogue with your audience about your show. So I use a program called CoSchedule, a service called CoSchedule, that allows me to write in my blog post that I'm about ready to, which includes my show notes, and I use the Libsyn, right now I use the Libsyn plugin to upload my podcast file directly to them from my WordPress dashboard. This CoSchedule plugin allows me to go directly to the three big socials that I use. I use Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And I put all my social comments for the next 2 weeks right in my blog post. So when I click publish, all of this stuff gets scheduled at once. I never have to go back and do another social. I interact, I pay attention when people respond, but I don't have to set time down and say, oh, I need to go back and promote the episode I launched last week. So all the promotion for the social networks that I use all happen automatically the minute I click publish on WordPress. Other social aggregator or social dashboard services are things like Buffer and Scythe and Hootsuite. Hootsuite can be very useful for a lot of reasons. Buffer is also useful for doing the same kind of thing if you don't use WordPress or if you don't have another means of kind of aggregating these socials at the same time. But Buffer can do that for you, and Hootsuite as well. Okay, so for interviewing, the guests love to know their show went live. This is a really important touch point. Once the show has gone live that day, you should send an email to your guest. Ensure that they know how to share it if they want to. It is probably not proper to assume they will share it or to directly ask them to share it. They may not be interested in sharing it, but if you provide all the information for them to share it, then if they do so, and you can use language that allows them to feel comfortable sharing it, is all I'm saying. So I'm so excited to share your interview with my audience is permission basically for them to do the same thing with their audience without directly saying, please share with your audience. So if you get a big rock star on your show with a ginormous audience, it is to your benefit for them to share, but you want to make it easy for them to do so without pressuring them to do so. And again, this is an email template that is going to be in the swipe file that you can download directly after the show. So let's see. There's this middle paragraph I tweak. I always tweak this. We had a great chat. I customize that every time to make it very personal to the guest that I was speaking with. So whatever topic we talked about, whatever joke we shared before recording started or after, I try to engage the guest with that remembrance of our interaction, so that they, if it was a month or so ago, that this will help them kind of tease out their memory of recording the show with you. If it was yesterday, then maybe you can still tweak this to be very personal, but it doesn't. You're not necessarily needing to remind them of the interaction so much. Again, the swipe file will be included with the slides if you want to download that after the conference. And then finally, the best information or the best suggestion I have for you at this point is go do it. There's nothing stopping you if you did this once. You know that it can be done. You know that the technology will not be in your way. You know that the only thing holding you back is your willingness to pick up the phone or open up an email and invite your guest, and if you're not an interview show, the kinds of topics that you want to cover are right at your fingertips. You can become an idea machine, brainstorm those ideas, get them organized in a way that allows you the freedom to just start recording. Turn on the mic and record your show. Get it out there. People want to know. One of the great things about podcasting is the great number of voices and the perspectives and the topics. If you are holding back because you feel you need to be perfect, or you feel you don't have time to make it just right enough to release, you're really doing yourself a disservice and your audience. So do it. I missed recording for the last couple of months, and the last 2 weeks when I kind of got the machine cranked up again in preparation for this talk, I feel really good about both my show and my contribution to the podcasting community. So go out there and do it. Be the podcaster you want to be. All right. Oops, I went the wrong way. And thank you very much. I have questions. I'm not sure how people watching the streaming can get me a question, but if there's a way, give it a try. I'm here for the next 20 minutes or so and can field any questions. Again, if you go to johnackley.com/podcamp, you can give me an email address, and I will email you a link to the show notes, or the slides, and my swipe file, which includes show notes and all my email templates. So, thank you again, and have a great show. Any questions?
Quick one. What guest are you proudest of ever having on the show?
So I mentioned Jerry a little while ago. I read a lot of Jerry Weinberg. He's a systems thinker and designer. He wrote a great book called The Secrets of Consulting, which I've bought maybe 10 or a dozen copies of and given them all away to people that I say, oh, you need to read this book. This is a great book. So yeah, emailing Jerry and him being so warm and open and responsive to being on the show, and he's suggested other guests that I've followed up with, and we've, I don't have a long, frequently recurring conversation with him, but boy, he'll answer my emails when I send him a note, and it's been really very rewarding to have done that. And I was very afraid at first, it was like, here's Jerry Weinberg, like this great author, and I should never have been, because it was just silly to think that. So yeah, Jerry Weinberg, but I've had a lot of great guests. I've been very happy. The host of several podcasts have provided some really great insights on my show. Paul Maskill and one of the lead engineers at Infusionsoft, Paul Sokol, was a guest in March. I've had farmers and all sorts of folks on that did have very interesting systems, and they were able to talk about it and convey, kind of the kernel of, why this system has special properties, and, how it's kind of often overlooked. In fact, the first show that I did for second, I'm calling it season 2, is the host of Voiceover Marketing Podcast. And John Melly has several projects, one of which is a blog about being a voiceover athlete. And he talks about how the physical characteristics and your physical health all contribute to your ability to have a great voiceover skill. And that was a great show. So I just released it Friday, so I'm pretty excited about that too. Yeah, thank you.
They invited you back.
He has. He's extended an invitation to be on his show, which is another thing. So, it's a common thing. If you interview podcasters often have a reciprocal thing. Not always, of course, because the audiences don't necessarily match. But in this case, he suggested he would really like to get me on his show, so we'll be talking this week about that. So yeah, it's a great opportunity for opening up and making connections. That's why I like the interview format. I could sit and talk about my boring topic, boring to me, not boring to me. It's exciting to me, but I'm afraid it's boring to other people, right? System design. Does that sound exciting? Maybe. I'm really passionate about it. I love it, but I think bringing new perspectives in by inviting guests is a way of introducing my guests to interesting systems, and we have kind of a guided conversation through the course of the interview about aspects of the system that are interesting, like farming. The gentleman that I interviewed who does market gardening, he does all kind of information gathering over the course of the season. He talks about gathering information about when things are planted and how he overlaps crops and how he picks a very specific dimensions to the beds that he uses so that the equipment works right and so that there's no waste in movement, no waste in time, no waste in other things. And those kind of efficiencies, that system thinking is very useful and can broaden the understanding of systems for my audience and for me, and I love that. So yeah, it's neat stuff. And I'm done way before time. Holy cow. But it's that kind of points out how easy it should be for us to kind of get back in the saddle, right? We've done this once, and it shouldn't take an act of Congress for us to kind of get started again. Of course, it did for me. I had to promise to give a talk on rebooting my podcast for me to actually do it. I find that if I want to learn something or accomplish some big thing, I set a goal that I make very public, and that really holds me accountable to it. So yeah. Thank you again very much.
Thank you.
How would they ask questions if they were watching it streaming online? How would they?
So I was in a session yesterday, and someone, oh boy, how did they get that in? I think they knew someone who was in the audience, in the room, and they texted them. Yeah, I think that's how they, I'm not sure. In general, I'll have to ask Mike and Missy if they actually have a channel that they're advertising for that. And, so if it was Twitter, we could have a Twitter feed up that's just watching, is just watching one tag. And if the, Podcamp Q, kind of came in, we could respond to that immediately.
Podcamp 12.
we'll do that for Podcamp 12, right? And I will hopefully not have to do the reboot talk again. Not for myself, anyway.
Emergencies.
Oh, life gets in the way, and you pick your priorities. And at the time, I had a day job, so my priority was getting to my day job and managing things with the family. And now I don't have a day job. This is my job, or one of them. So I'm very happy to jump back in and make it part of my business plan again. So
Thank you.
thank you very much. And thank you very much to our online audience and future viewers. Hi, I just finished.
You did. Okay.
I did.
How'd it go?
It, I feel like it went well. Thank you.
Good.
I'm John.
Caroline, I'm up next, or I would have caught your thing.
No
I was
worries.
Doing prep stuff, so
I understand.
I always end up having to miss things because of that.
I hate that too.
Yeah.
I'm like,
You want to go to everything and you can't, so.
well, I will get out of your way then.
Yeah, no rush.
since,
I was just kind of putzing around. I didn't want to pop back into the thing that's going on in the hub room and then like have to leave in 5 minutes and be a
Right.
jerk, so.
Understood. Caroline, what are you talking about?
Burnout and self-care.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, which I did at Open Source and Feelings, a tech conference in Seattle, and that
Okay.
was a big, like, people other than me are also real bad at it. So
I'll tell
so
ya.
it seemed to be helpful.
I know what happens. I get there, and then I disappear into like an immersive video game for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like shut down.
Yeah.
And
But that's where the awful cycle I was doing is I would work nuts, and then you do that. You're like, I'm so burnt out, I can't work. So then you work for 3 weeks, you're just messing around, and you're like, oh, I feel so bad, I'm not doing work. So then you work like crazy again.
Yeah, exactly. So
You
I
have
get
to
up.
stop doing that.
Right. Well, I got laid off a month ago.
Yeah.
And from my day job, thank goodness. And best thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah.
And that has allowed me to really focus on getting my business started.
So what do you
In
do
earnest.
now?
I'm a software developer, 35 years. Right now, I'm focusing on getting some cash flow. So I'm doing websites and doing business consulting in my town, which is Sharon and Hermitage.
Oh, okay.
just
Oh
north of
yeah,
here.
my Lyme disease, which is in the thing also, but the specialist I go to is up in Hermitage. So
Is that right?
that's a drive for you to get
To come down here?
down here. Yeah,
Well,
it's a little bit of a haul.
My wife and I spent the night at the Hilton, so
Oh, it's not
so
so
that
bad.
was pretty easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm getting my business off the ground, and the ability to just wake up at 5 in the morning. I can get almost a whole day's work done before breakfast.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what would take me
Right.
a whole day before, I'm getting done in 3 hours.
And the commute's great.
And it's great. The bunny slippers. I actually leased or have a rental space in the local accelerator.
Okay.
So the e-center at Linden Point offers co-work space. So
Oh.
I grabbed that for like $100 a month. So I can get out of the house.
So if you need to be around people for a minute.
And if
yeah.
I need to use a conference room for a customer meeting and
Mhm.
things like that. So. But they have other resources, and it's really great. But yeah,
That's
burnout.
really nice.
I have managed my burnout. I'm really happy.
I'm glad for you.
Yeah, it's so yeah. I get up at 5. I try to get to bed. I have an alarm to brush my teeth at 9. I mean, this sounds a little, too, but the that gives me the freedom. That structure gives me the freedom to just really relax and
Yeah.
get to what I need to do. So I
Yeah.
brush my teeth around 9. I mean, the alarm goes off, and if I'm doing something, I get to it. But sometime between 9 and 10, I brush
It's
my
like,
teeth.
hey, wrap it up.
Sometime between 10 and 10:30, I try to crawl into bed, and I have a sleep monitor, and I set it to wake me up, between 5 and 5:30.
Yeah.
And whenever it thinks I'm most awake.
So what is that? A sleep monitor?
It's an app on my phone, which my wife has my phone.
Okay.
What do I use? It's an app on my iPhone that uses the microphone to listen to my breathing
Oh, that's cool.
all night.
Because
And
I notice that like
it watches
certain
the
times
up and down.
you wake up. Sometimes I wake up earlier and feel fine. I'll wake up 15 minutes later and feel sleep drunk.
Crummy,
You know,
yep.
you're like. And I mean, right now I have a
So you had
1-year-old,
started-
so my alarm shouts at me until I give it milk. Like that's that's what I'm working with right now.
Totally get it.
But someday, like I had to set an alarm today, and I was like, "This, I haven't set an alarm in like a year. This is
Okay.
strange for
Okay.
me."
Well, very cool.
But yeah, I'll have to maybe look into that.
Yeah,
for someday.
well, once your arbitrary alarm clock
Yeah.
starts sleeping through the night, then,
I could theoretically get up before him, but I just precious sleep.
yeah, precious sleep. And I mean, that's it. And then, without a day job, I'm free to take a nap at 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Which I do a lot.
Yeah.
Very powerful stuff. Good luck.
Naps are
Thank
amazing.
you. Nice meeting you.
Thank you,
And thanks
too.
for coming to my talk, sir.
Hi, are you our presenter?
Yep.
And what will you be presenting on?
I have this little flash drive that I hope works.
Alrighty, let's give it a shot.
I backed everything up to Dropbox and probably Google Docs as well because I'm paranoid, but hopefully this works and it's just easier. Okay, and it should be if you go back to the main, that's just all that dot keys. It's a keynote because I didn't.
Yeah, this looks like it is a web interface.
Will it do that?
It doesn't look like it will, no.
Dang. Yeah, I don't know if they actually if that's a Windows thing or not.
Okay, yeah, it's not recognizing on a Windows machine. That's one of the things that is really important is if you have a presentation, it has to be compatible with Windows machines typically because that's what most people have.
Oh, see, I'm used to the opposite of that. Every conference I've been to had Macs. So.
We're a university.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We still are very much Lenovo.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll check with the organizer people and see if they have a spare Mac about. Yeah, let me go check with them because actually I don't know if that has a web interface or not. I don't know if it'll work that way at all.
I'll try to get it up on Dropbox. I'll try to get us logged into Dropbox.
Well, I mean, it's the same.
Oh, it's
file.
the same?
I did it in
Okay.
Keynote, so that's
Gotcha.
That's all I have.
What is instant content?
I do not know.
Supposed to be what the other talks about.
Okay. So what you can do is you can save it as a PowerPoint file.
Yeah, I think Michael said he has that set up on his Mac, so we're gonna export it to a thing that'll work and then
Yep.
move it over.
Yeah, you can just, yeah, I was just reading up on it.
Thank you.
Keynote is Mac only.
Yeah, I thought
So,
it was.
Yeah. Then I guess a great backup would be to save it always as a PowerPoint and as Keynote. That way
Yeah.
you should be able to cover all of them. But yeah, all you have to do is save it as PPT.
Okay, neato.
And then we
Yeah, he
should
said
be
it might
done.
mess up the fonts, but you know, whatever.
Well, that's
It'll do
the
what
great
it
thing
does.
about Mac is that nothing's ever compatible.
No.
Yeah, so logging into Dropbox actually won't change that. We would actually have to do it in Keynote itself.
Yeah. So it's like he's gonna run over with his laptop, and I think he has Keynote, so we can
Okay.
export it, move it around.
Okay. I have
Technical
noticed a lot of
one, that's
people are
fine.
saving things to thank you.
Alrighty. So I should be able to take you over here.
Okie doke.
To Adobe.
Oh,
They're
yeah?
changing things to PDFs because a PDF is compatible along all platforms.
That would have been smart to do. I did. I don't know why. I just assumed that by computer you meant a Mac computer. That was a silly thing to assume.
Yeah, I was like, I always like, well, I feel like I'm telling people, like, you know, I know some people are like, well, of course, I know how to do this stuff, and I got into like stuff about embeds and stuff, and I'm like, it's like some people get caught on this. I gotta talk about it. Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just kind of err on the side of like apologizing ahead of time, like, hey, I know like y'all are not this dumb, but I am. So
Yeah.
just gonna go ahead and say this. Yeah, that was just I've got the past couple conferences I've been to, they've had not been in persons for.
Yeah, it's one of those like, you're not bring your own things, or even if I would bring my own laptop just in case something didn't work out.
Yeah.
I would keep like have one PDF, PowerPoint, just in case, throw it on another thing. See what I works.
Yeah, I did the like let's bounce back this up multiple places just in case, but it's the same file back up.
Yeah. Throw one on Drive. Throw one on. That's what some conference, like everything was on like Google Drive slots.
Yeah.
I was like, great. Hope the internet doesn't go down.
Yeah. Hope your Wi-Fi is good.
So you'll probably be by the podium for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
I'll move this so hopefully we can see slides just a touch better. Alright, you're streaming, you're recording, you should be good to go.
Neat.
This is like half of us are like on the team are like, yeah, this is
Do you have
the
any
one we should
audio?
attend, so we'll be
No.
looking at the screen
That's
later.
why I'm here.
Yeah.
So I'm always busy, so I'm coming to this
ready to
one.
go.
But now I'm too busy to come to this.
Can this set up so that you can see
It's the
presenter notes or no? I printed them out if it
That's a tweetable
doesn't.
right there.
Right.
I'm too
I
busy
don't
to
know.
go to
I'll just use
the
a
session.
printed
Seeing
one.
how we had to
About my
convert.
busyness.
Yeah.
That's why,
It might not. You know what? Yeah.
long,
It probably
and
didn't even
this
save
is
it. It's
the
fine. I have
kind
them
of stuff
printed.
they
Yeah, okay.
I was like,
I did
know
remember
how to
one
do whatever.
thing.
It was like,
Okay,
well,
yeah.
To back up in
you
case
know,
of
I'm good
tech
to go.
We're
problems.
still
So.
kind of using
Pretty damn busy.
not exactly PowerPoint, but
Yeah.
the
Right.
safe version
Right.
of
Okay.
a
Well,
compatible
good. I'm glad I
version.
printed a thing then. 'Cause
Okay.
I can't remember things.
I
on my
am
own.
going to, however, take some notes on this. So what I think the pen is coming out.
But I'm realizing I forgot all my protein bars.
I have a flip phone. I mean, I know they're super high in sugar, but
Yeah, I have fruit snacks, which are not any lower in sugar.
my
I'm
stomach
sure.
is going nuts, or I'm on a sugar crash.
Lunch is an hour. If you hear a coming from this side of the room, that's
We'll see if it picks up on the audio or not.
Nice.
All right.
More people should be in here.
Right? I
know
agree.
One other girl who said she was coming for sure.
Yeah. Well, we have to catch up because it's 11 now, so I don't want to make anybody.
Everybody was like 5
Else
minutes late
running
to
late.
mine, so.
Are they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe we should give them a couple of minutes, see if they wander over here. I had to convert this to PowerPoint here because I forgot that other people don't use Macs. So some of this might be interesting.
Oh, that's always fine.
Yeah.
I brought-
Weird technical
I brought a
nonsense
Mac.
abounds.
Sorry,
Hmm?
I appreciate it.
I brought a Mac.
Did you? I didn't bring anything with me. So we just converted it over on his laptop here real quick.
I was doing it on your phone like the one guy did.
Oh, that's
Last year I
fancy.
did it on my phone, and I used my Apple Watch to control it.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's nice.
The one guy from the Met that spoke over at the main building, like last year, I think it was, he did it from Keynote on his phone, but then he didn't turn off, so you got all the messages at the top. So we were all adding him, like Doug and Katie and all I were just like adding him. We're like, great thing, you know, add Sri, and it just kept popping up at the top and all a bunch of other stuff and Instagrams and everything. So I'm like, yeah, that's a nice idea.
Feel like embarrassing text messages. Oh no.
Yeah, wait for that. Like doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
You know, hey, your test came in, you know,
Yeah.
or something. You know, popping up.
Uh,
So, but yeah, it's a good idea, but you gotta do that extra
I
stuff.
definitely turned my notifications off on all of my devices. So
that's smart.
Always a concern. I've had embarrassing stuff come up when I'm like looking at a Facebook page with a guest, and then like somebody messages me something. I'm like, oh, yep, okay.
I had a slide yesterday that said before you hit record, turn off all your notifications, including on your watch.
Mm.
Because we have to worry about that now. And we
Mhm.
had that happen. My
Mhm.
watch started going ding, ding in the middle of a recording.
Oh no. Somebody at the last conference I was at did his presentation in Markdown, which I don't understand, but it was on his phone and it just like feeds it into type this at this whatever font fits or something. I don't know. It was extremely fancy to me because I don't code. All right. Well, we're gonna go with this. I'm gonna start without them. Other people. Like I said, this might have some tech bumps, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. So how many of you have answered busy when someone asks how you're doing? Yeah, it's a thing that I used to do a lot. I'm doing a little bit less. I'm working on doing a little bit less. But it's kind of a hard habit to break. Our culture glorifies being busy. And so our ability to like endlessly labor, to hustle all day, every day is something that we're expected to take pride in. And Stanford sociologists have actually identified what they call the ideal worker. And so the ideal worker is someone who works 40 hours a week or more, preferably more, without interruption until retirement, devoting most of their time and energy to work. They are always available, and they prioritize work above everything else. I'm not an ideal worker. I learned the hard way that working all the time and ignoring, my needs is not a lifestyle that I can sustain. And it cost me my health, and I spent a lot of years recovering from that. So I have Lyme disease, which, with a Y, it's ranged anywhere from annoying all the way up to, debilitating for me personally. And self-care is essential for everyone, so don't think I'm not talking to you if you don't have like a health thing that you're dealing with, but as a professional sick person, I learned through my bad decisions that it's really non-negotiable for someone with a chronic health condition. So when I first got sick, I thought I can just kind of like will my way through it. And, a lot of you probably had the same thing when you're trying to get to a deadline. You just keep pushing and your body will like catch up somehow probably. And, none of my doctors knew what was going on anyway, so I figured that probably everyone else just felt like garbage too, and they managed, to have jobs and full social lives, and so I got to be very much about that hustle. And, I worked a full-time job, I was starting a business, I did an accelerated grad school program, I got mono somehow, I ended up so sick that I slept for 22 hours in a row, and I spent any time that I wasn't working not moving on the couch. So it turns out that all that hustling might not actually be great for you. But we're obsessed with busy, and we live in a culture that, facilitates it. Modern communication makes it really easy to just always be on. And there used to be an easy physical barrier to working all the time. It was called an office, and you would leave it. But now, your office is anywhere, anytime. You have email and Wi-Fi and Slack and Trello and texting and social media, and there's just no such thing as I missed your call anymore. Since you can always be accessible, you're expected to always be accessible. But is anyone actually benefiting from all these extra hours that we're working? It turns out that the best employees are happy, healthy, and well-rested. Go figure. Your brain needs downtime to function. Employees are definitely not benefiting from all these extra hours. And we know this, but we treat rest like a sin and sleep as something that we can conquer with coffee or just completely ignore. We say, I'll sleep when I'm dead. Giving up sleep is a point of pride for people, but it's really just being cruel to your body. Healthy sleep is one of the very best things that you can do as preventative medicine to take care of yourself. And one night of sleep deprivation, which they qualify as less than 6 hours, so some of us are maybe in a little more trouble than we thought. One night makes you more susceptible to illness and infection. And longer term, it messes up your short and long-term memory formation, decision-making, attention, concentration. Your brain needs that distance, and the time away to do complex work. And my friend Jeremy helped me make this point on Twitter, so I asked him if I could use these. He was working on solving a problem, took a step back from it, and ta-da, solved the problem. And this is how your brain works, really. It runs these background processes while you're doing other things like, looking at corgis or whatever. So stepping away, it helps you recover from mental fatigue, and you're more effective when you come back to it. You end up wasting less time overall if you just take the break when you need it. I know I've been calling over, coworkers and things and saying something like, oh, can you help me with this design? I've just been staring at it for too long. I probably would have spent less time overall if I just took a break when I should have, when I got burned out. So we're not benefiting from extra hours, but our bosses must be, right? Because why else would we be doing this? Actually, most of the extra hours we're working are just for show. So productivity drops pretty steeply after 50 hours, but after 55 it drops off a cliff. It's a thing economists call a productivity cliff. And I don't have the chart for the day-to-day work, but I think it's right around 10 or 11 hours that you just tank. So a lot of employees are working, an extra 10 or 20 hours a week and not getting any more work done. I think our average salaried work week is 49 hours, and 25% of us work more than 60. So 25% of us are putting in extra time for almost no reason. And it turns out, probably to no one's surprise, that exhausted workers are more prone to accidents and errors. So you're actually kind of negative working when you figure for all the time you have to go back and fix the things that you messed up when you were overtired. Harvard Business Review did a study at a consulting firm and found that employees there were pretending to work an 80-hour week because they said that, to succeed there, you have to be this ideal worker and always on, but they hated it. So they actually worked less hours and just didn't tell anybody. And were still praised for the great work that they were doing. So, what does that tell you? That some people are shady about their work practices? Yeah, you should definitely not pad your timesheet, lie to your boss. That's not the takeaway from this at all. But it also tells us that even in client services where, bosses and supervisors will tell you that you just have to be accessible all the time, it's not really the case. That, you can achieve the metrics that that matter to your company and still secretly be working reasonable hours. So it's a thing that's possible to do. I think this skipped a thing. We'll go with this. So we're ruining our health, and we're missing out on our own lives, and our bosses are getting shoddy work, and everyone's miserable. Why are we doing this? For one thing, we're rewarded for it. Leaders who have made personal sacrifices of their own time or health find it hard to believe that there's another way to do it, even when they're confronted with evidence of it. So even with all this, solid research from well-vetted institutions that say that you're wasting these hours, we still feel like that's a metric of success. We still feel like we're being successful because we're doing so much all the time. And people that succeed in these kind of environments are praised and they're given promotions, even where, like in other countries where people actually take their vacation, they'd be chastised for being inefficient. So busy is no longer a complaint that we make. It's, it's a point of pride. It's a thing that people brag about. And, keeping that pace is kind of an adrenaline rush. And if you're this busy, you must also be very important. And we don't even honestly value what you're doing so long as you are doing a lot consistently. And so we're confusing basic self-care like rest with laziness. The idea of a virtuous person as a working person goes back to the ancient Greeks. Protestants, kind of have that idea of the Protestant work ethic. You've probably heard of that. The only way to get into heaven is to always be working. And even like in cartoons like Thomas the Tank Engine, where the only good train is a useful train, like you see this over and over. So it's kind of no wonder that when people curate their social media existence, they're so focused on this like hashtag hustling. But the thing is, chronic overwork is not a point of pride. It's a failure of project management. And you're equating busy with productive, and choosing quantity over quality, and valuing hustle over living a healthy life. And so rest, instead of becoming a passive thing, is an act of resistance. So let's resist. That mostly worked. Ideal workers don't take care of themselves. Healthy workers do. So this is kind of my too long didn't read on self-care, and if you get literally nothing else out of this, I hope that it's this one slide, which got a little weird, but we can still read it. Self-care does not make you lazy. It doesn't make you weak or indulgent or selfish or a bad employee. It makes you a person with needs. And taking care of yourself in the right way makes you a happier, healthier human and also a better employee. So it's really better for everyone that you're taking better care of yourself. For everyone, so self-care can take a lot of different forms. It might maybe you're filtering your social media feed of things that give you anxiety with no benefit, which feels really relevant to me lately. Maybe it's asking for help, either from friends or family, or informal ways like checking out your employee assistance program or taking a medical leave, that kind of thing. Or it's finding things that bring you joy, and they can be small things and easy to accomplish things. It doesn't have to be jetting off to Fiji, although that sounds real nice. But for everyone, just basic minimal self-care, eating enough, sleeping enough, moving your body in a way that makes you happy, things that I should not have to tell you. Just basic care is important. And I know that they're important because I, for a while, was not doing any of them. I was, keeping up appearances, and I wouldn't admit that I needed more rest and couldn't pull all-nighters or, live off of Dorito tacos or whatever and still function like my friends were doing, that I needed, more self-care. But I was ignoring that. And, but eventually, I got better. I found a treatment plan that worked. And I learned absolutely nothing at all about taking care of myself in that time. I took that as an opportunity to work nonstop. I had a full-time job. I started a photo business. I was easily pulling 60 hours a week. I shot on the weekends. I was pretty much never not working, to the point that I had to set an alarm to remind me to eat lunch. That was a thing I was forgetting. Food. So I was pushing too hard, and then I would push myself even harder instead of that cycle I'd been doing before of pushing too hard and crashing. But the hours have to come from somewhere, so I wasn't getting any sleep or exercise or any of the things that keep my immune system from just giving me the finger and walking out. And so a year later, I was sick again. And in fact, I was much sicker the second time. And since I, need to see a specialist and I live in the middle of nowhere, that meant a 5-hour round trip every month to see this doctor. And so I couldn't hide my illness from the people that I work with anymore because, I didn't even have enough leave to cover the doctor's appointments, let alone all the other nonsense that goes along with being a sick person. So that was the part where I finally learned about self-care. And the thing is, taking care of yourself, taking care of your health is important. It's your health, and this stuff is serious and it matters. There was, this has been a couple of years ago, an Indonesian girl literally worked herself to death. A combination of not sleeping and pounding energy drinks to stay awake, all the while tweeting about how much she loves that grind, killed her. And it's not common, it's an extreme example, but she's also not the only person that this has ever happened to. This stuff matters. Caring for your brain and for your body matters. And the work you do can be a huge part of who you are, but it's still a part, and it's a part that you can't do if you don't look after yourself. So when we get overwhelmed, when we get stressed, we let the things that are easiest to overlook slip. And self-care is really, really easy to overlook. It's an easy thing to shuffle to the bottom of your to-do list and not get to. And we leave ourselves as the last, lowest priority, and we suffer for it. Your body is not the enemy, and that's a thing to keep in mind. It's working very hard to support all of the things that you're doing. And it deserves a little compassion from you. So, you want to give your brain and your body the resources that they need for your work, for your life, for your creative process, for all of the things that you're doing and not just your job. But because you're busy, and we're all really, really busy, it feels like, maybe you don't have time to concern yourself with self-care. But the thing is, your immune system gets wrecked by bad diet and no sleep and too much work, and eventually it is going to catch up with you. Something's got to give. And for the most part, you spend more time wasted being sick than if you had just taken the time to take care of yourself in the first place. I had a baby last year, which is mostly just an excuse to show you cute photos. But so once or twice a day, the little guy wants to sit with me for like 10 minutes. It's a really, really small request. And most of the things, that would help you out are small requests, like remembering to eat lunch or going to bed at a reasonable hour or taking a walk for 10 minutes or something. They're small. It's just tiny little bits of self-care. And I learned that I can either give him the thing that he needs that helps him be a tiny person in a world that's still kind of new to him, or we can all suffer. And, I can keep trying to work, writing or photo editing or whatever, while he clings to my legs and cries, and I'm stressed because he's upset, he's stressed because he's not getting the thing he needs, but to my point, I end up having to go and sit with him. I spend twice as long doing this thing while my blood pressure creeps up, and then we still have to go sit down and get each other calm and happy like he wanted to do in the first place. Instead of just, taking that time, we're now making this take longer. And it's a thing that I should have learned back in grad school when I would skip lunch to work on my thesis and end up sleepy and hangry and ineffective at doing the thing that I'm trying to do. So the thing is, you can do most any task faster and more efficiently and more happily if you keep yourself in a good, condition to do it. But the thing is, this, you're grown-ups, you need lunch. That's not a thing I have to tell you. You know what's best for you and how to take care of yourself. The trick then is in making the time to do it. And I don't say finding the time because I have never just stumbled upon a magical pocket of free time that was gifted to me. Here's 20 minutes, do whatever you want. You make decisions about how you're spending your time. And it's one thing to say you should take care of yourself and live your life to the fullest, while you can. And there's inspirational Tumblrs about it. Very inspirational. But many of us either want to work or have to work. So it's a matter of making time to both do the work and still take care of yourself. This, by the way, there's an entire Tumblr that's just Skeletor inspirational memes if you need that in your life, which I did. All right. So the first step is admitting that you have a problem, right? The second step is telling people that you have a problem. So when you're working from home with a kid, it's really easy, to get wrapped up in parenting Instagram. So, you have the Pinterest-worthy parties and the bento box lunches and just precious, shining, clean children. And seeing all that all day makes you think that you must be doing it wrong with your filthy kid eating a corn cob with no pants. You must be messing this up. But then, Jennifer Daniels tweets about her kid pooping on their patio, and so then you're like, okay, this doesn't just happen to me, it's other people too. So, yeah. In the same way, kind of, seeing people post about, their long hours and how much they love that hustle and they wake up, rise and grind and whatever, makes you think that you're doing it wrong. That, you who need sleep and food to function, you who are able to recognize that you work better if your anxiety levels are down, you who knows that you can't pull all-nighters and actually schedules your work in a realistic way so you have time for breaks and vacations and dog petting or whatever, our culture makes you think that you're doing it wrong. So, I'm up here to tell you that I need that stuff too. Breaks and vacations and dog petting. You can be successful and still do all of those things. I work for myself. I'm our kid's primary caregiver. I still make time for self-care. It is possible and necessary. And so much of this culture is implicit that, actually explicitly stating your needs and your concerns can really start to change your workplace. And it can help normalize policy changes for other people. So when my husband was looking at, taking leave when we had our kid, he talked to other guys at work who had done that. And, it helps to get a gauge of what the company's actually okay with, which can be, in some places, worlds apart from what's offered or what you're even legally entitled to. So, you taking more leave encourages other people to do it, and you actually using your vacation time encourages other people to do it. Talking about your needs encourages other people to do it. You're setting up, an environment where that's okay. And speaking up helps, to let the people that you work for know what matters to you. Bright Horizons did a study, and they found that fathers stress over work-life balance more than college savings or career advancement, which were two things they assumed that they cared about much more. So they actually found two things in the study. One, that dads stressed over work-life balance, and two, that they did not know that. Your boss can't help you if they don't actually realize that there's a problem. They had been assuming these other things were a higher priority to their workers, and they were wrong. And many employers are so afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing that they won't do anything when they see that an employee is struggling. They don't, want to invade your privacy. They don't want to make things worse for you. But you can open up that conversation and you can, work on how you can better do your job in that environment. Ideal workers do not have boundaries at all. Healthy workers have boundaries. There's no one right way to fight for this at work. It's very situational, and how much you can afford to push back is totally tied to how much you need this job, how you think your employee's going to take it, how they've handled other employees with similar requests. There's a lot of really glib advice to just quit your job if it's not the most perfect thing in the world, and it's not really helpful or practical for anybody. Maybe you need that job, or maybe you just really like that job except for this one thing about it that you would rather kind of work on to improve. So I can't stand here and say that there aren't any risks to rocking the boat. There are, but setting healthy boundaries is a really important step to fighting burnout. I used to work at a place that everyone kind of ate lunch at their desks and just worked through lunch. That was just sort of the culture there. And eventually, one of my coworkers just said, I'm going to take a walk. Anyone else want to go? And then we became an office who took lunch walks. That was it. That was all that it took, was one person standing up and saying, hey, I kind of need to get out of this joint for a minute. Sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes you have to fight a little bit harder for it. This guy's kind of long.
I want to be friends with that guy.
Right? He's done. He's done working now.
Yes, I am.
So, yeah, there is lots of room, though, between begrudgingly just accepting that your work is slowly killing you and rolling and singing, take this job and shove it. There's a lot of space in between there. So there's degrees of rebellion. You might rebel in small ways, like being a person who suggests a lunch walk, and that's, you're probably not going to get called into the office for insubordination for that. It's pretty minor as boat rocking goes. You might rebel in slightly bigger ways, like not answering email at midnight, or by setting work hours at all. When a lot of people that freelance or work off site just don't really have business hours of any kind. It's a thing we don't tend to enforce. And it's an implicit boundary that we're setting with our behavior. You condition people on what availability to expect from you. So, if you respond immediately to an email at 10 p.m. on a Sunday, you're saying, I am fine with this. Please continue sending me emails at all hours of the day. I enjoy it very much. They come to expect that availability from you because you were giving them that availability. And now that you can work from anywhere, anytime, it's more important to set boundaries, or else you will end up working from everywhere all the time. I did contract work for a university that's not this one, but that I'm also not going to name. And I was working hours that I was not getting paid for. And it wasn't just me, it was the whole team was doing this. And, for my mental and physical well-being, I had to cut that out. So it was a boundary that I needed to set. And I gave them some warning because, when you are saying all of a sudden, hey, this is a problem for me, even though I've been doing it a couple of weeks, it's important to kind of communicate with them that way. And so at the time I was only working part-time for them. I did 20 hours. So when I hit 15 hours, I was, hey, I already worked 15, I only have 5 left, that's it. To warn them. And, oftentimes they'd have more work than they could actually afford for me to do. And they would kind of ask if I couldn't just, do it anyway. And so you're tempted to explain yourself, like, oh, I can't, I have this other job, I have appointments, I have whatever excuse thing that you have, that you can't do this. And the best trick that I learned for saying no to things is to stop at no. Don't say, no, I don't have a ride, because then they'll just offer you a ride, and then you have to come up with some other reason that you can't do the thing. Say no, stop talking. It's tricky, but it works. So yeah, I would tell them, I'm sorry, I worked my hours, they're up, that's it. And I had a time tracker, I could show them where they'd all gone. And yeah, my boss was not thrilled with that, because who wants to lose a bunch of free labor, but, she understood that I don't want to work hours that I'm not getting paid for. That's not unreasonable. You don't know how your company will necessarily react, and that's where pushing against boundaries can get tricky. And, sometimes even if they're not responding in overt ways, people have all heard of that happening where you get penalized in subtle ways, like passed over for promotions, big jobs, raises, things like that. So it's tricky. But on the other hand, you might find that they're really amenable to changes, and you have been just like killing yourself to work within parameters that they don't even care about. The first internship that I did, I could either get there 5 minutes late or 30 minutes early. So I got there early. And months into this, I finally mentioned it to one of my supervisors, and he's like, why didn't you say, just come in 5 minutes late, who cares? Like, I'd been going nuts to get in there early, and they don't even care. So it's possible, that you push back against these boundaries and find that they're totally okay with it. So there can be risks to doing it, but there can also be real benefits. And setting boundaries due to illness, whether you have a physical or a mental issue, can add layers of difficulty to it. You might not speak up because you're uncomfortable talking about your health. Maybe you don't know how to answer their questions. I don't know if I'm going to be better. I don't know how this is going to affect me. Health issues can get really kind of heavy to talk about. But the thing is, it can also, you want to take into account how stressful it's going to be for you to hide this from people. Like when you're struggling and you basically are having to live a double life so that the people you work with don't find out, it's incredibly stressful. And of course that stress is also really bad for your health, so you're kind of making a mess there. So you need to be mindful of the risks, but not utterly paralyzed by caution there. And if you can't push back, if it's not a thing that you can achieve, if they don't offer those accommodations or can't help you, it's important to still try to find that support through family or friends or outside agencies or support groups or somewhere that can kind of help you out getting through, making that job work for you. You have to really weigh the benefits of speaking up against the risks. Now, for me, like I said, I didn't have enough leave time to even do my doctor's appointment. So I basically was looking at either talk to the people I work with or get fired for not being at work nearly enough. So I didn't really have anything to lose in that equation. So for me, the hard part was admitting that I needed that help, and I needed it in a pretty formal way, to avoid getting fired. So I filed for partial FMLA leave. Setting this whole business up is sort of outside of my scope for today, but you can come see me after if it's a thing you have to deal with. And there's also a lot of, I Googled sample scripts and things that can help you get started on it. But the thing is that, as with any of these boundaries that you're setting, the important steps are, one, you have to get really super duper clear about what you need, and realistic about, what you need to keep doing your job while still allowing you to be a healthy person outside of work. The second step is to ask for it and not feel guilty about it, which is hard. So some of the problem with us kind of working ourselves into the ground is external. If you're working for someone else, you're working on their schedule. Some of it's us. One of my worst work habits that I had to work really hard to stop doing was to feel this constant crushing guilt anytime that I wasn't working on a project to get it done. And feeling that is exhausting. So even when I was, spending my downtime, I was actually just drowning in anxiety over not working. So it's, kind of pointless to have that downtime in the first place. because I felt guilty about being unproductive. So, I'd work a ton, and then I'd feel burned out, so then I'd be lazy and play video games, and then I'd feel bad about that, so then I'd work too much, and it's just like a cycle that kind of loops. So how do you combat that? The first step is in figuring out what work is even worth doing. And I'm a big list person. I have to-do lists for my business, for our household, for our kid, for this talk that I'm giving right now. Like, I love lists. But I still find that there are things that find their way onto my to-do list that do not belong there. And I found this chart. I'm sorry, I have paper notes like a caveman. That I actually used in my book. This says shameless plug on it. I have a book out, and it's $10, and you can get it from me today if you're interested, and it has the information that would have been in the punk rock entrepreneur talk that was supposed to be later today. Anyway, so this chart that I put in my book, it's called an Eisenhower box, and it's a way to prioritize your to-do list. You sort things into urgent or not and important or not. First thing, this bottom right box is gone. This is where busy lives, because you're doing stuff. You're doing lots and lots of stuff, but none of it's actually important stuff that's getting you where you want to go. So that never think about it again. Just delete it right now. The top left gets done right now. These are fires that you need to put out. And then the other two boxes are for planning. You're either delegating things or you're finding a home on your to-do list, because if you don't make time for it, it just keeps slipping and never gets done. Self-care gets put in one of these top two boxes depending on how badly you've been putting it off. All right. So one of the ways that you can kind of reclaim some of your time is to get more efficient at working. But the trick to this is not to fill the time with more work. So, you're finding ways to, whether it's like a Pomodoro technique or you're using systems that help you with recurring tasks that you can automate. I have programmer friends that have, I think his cutoff is something like, if it takes me more than 30 minutes a month, then it's worth the time to write a program to do it instead. So, finding those recurring systems, or even focusing on monotasking. We're so used to doing a million things at once. And multitasking, scientifically speaking, isn't even really a thing. You're just switching back between tasks really quickly. Multitasking is an El Camino. Like, it's supposed to be a car and a truck, but instead it's just really bad at both of those things. Super inefficient. But however you do it, the point is that you want to maximize the time that you spend working so you can spend less time working. That's the important takeaway that people often miss with this. It's a sprinter's tactic. You can't keep that up long term, without getting burned out. And you can always find more work to do and spend another 2 hours at the office on something that could have waited until tomorrow, but eventually you hit diminishing returns on that and you can't run anymore. Neither can this guy. So you need to find ways to give yourself permission to be done. It's terrible, the things that happen. So my work hours now are really limited. I have a part-time schedule, and I figured out how many hours a week. He just keeps going. How many hours a week I can actually, spend on working. And so my to-do list has time estimates. Like I said, I do time tracking, so I know how long this stuff takes. All right. So this is my actual calendar that I really probably should have edited before I just put it up here. But this is how I track my time. I put 1 hour blocks, and when my time's up, when I did that work, I know that I'm done. I can clock out. I did the hour that I scheduled. Knowing that I'm on pace to complete a project as long as I'm hitting those small, deadlines, it keeps me from getting that anxiety that used to drive me to just plow through a thing every second I had until it was done. Like, I know that I can stop. And, before my time was limited by, like, how long my kid naps, I used to do that with lists, with subtasks on lists. I would pick 3 things that needed to be done that day. When those things were done, I would declare myself victorious and play video games or watch Netflix or whatever. It's weird to think that being overly scheduled and organized would help me to be less stressed, but it's a thing that works for me. A friend of mine instituted Film Fridays. I think he used to teach her, actually. So that was his permission to, every Friday he got to work on all his personal projects that were not, getting done because they were getting lost in the to-do list. So whatever it is, that works for you, find the thing that makes you feel like you've done enough for the day so that you can clock out without feeling guilty about it. I had to continually reevaluate this. It changed when I got sick, it changed when I relapsed, it changed again when I had a son. I'm sure it will change 1,000 more times. It's a thing that you always have to be looking at. But, when your work is important to you, And I've always thought of my work as like, you know, a big part of my identity. You want to do the best job that you can of it. And to do that, you have to realistically assess what you need to do it. You know, identify the things that you need to thrive in all the areas of your life, because your life is about more than just work. And so I'm not just, you know, defining success for me in terms of how my business is doing, but how all the other areas of my life are doing as well. And life is about balancing for everybody. You have to figure out, you know, what it is do I have to give up to get what I need. Since I've been in remission this time, I actually learned how important it is to take care of myself. How taking on more work and running myself into the ground sets me up for years hooked up to IV poles and taking so many pills that I had to organize them in a tackle box. The second time I got sick, the time that I should have known better and should have done better, you know, to help prevent that from happening, I was sick for 5 years. And yeah, I didn't cause that to happen to me. That's not how illness works, but I did make it worse by refusing to slow down. So, you know, the next time you're bragging about your 60-hour work week or how much you love that hustle and never ever quit, consider for a minute what you might be giving up. Thank you. That's all I got. So I don't know if these things are doing like Q&As or whatever, so if you have any questions, I don't have anywhere to be.
Do you have a podcast?
I do not have a podcast.
You need a podcast.
Yeah, I talk a lot. I talk enough to have a podcast for sure.
Well, this is a big topic.
Yeah, it's one, I did this talk at Open Source and Feelings in Seattle last month, which is a tech conference, so a lot of the dev jokes were over my head. They made a lot of JavaScript jokes I didn't get, but it seems to be like a pervasive thing that the people in this, and in the tech community especially, it seems to be really bad, you know.
Well,
I just keep crashing friends'
I
podcasts, so if you want me to crash your podcast, I totally will.
So I use OmniList to create, or OmniFocus to create task lists.
Mm-hmm.
And what I end up finding is I try to create like this little task for every little thing that needs to get done, work and personal, and then I can't prioritize them because the priorities change every single day. And then I can't figure out which one to start on first, and then I spend half the day trying to figure out which direction I'm turning it.
Yeah, that's...
Have you ever...
Yeah,
like,
that's a big problem, because I used to just keep... I had, like, a monster to-do list that had everything.
Yeah.
All, like, stuff that I needed to do tomorrow, stuff that I need to do 6 months from now, stuff that needed done
And
for work,
looking
for
at
business,
it
for
is
whatever. Like, it's...
overwhelming.
Yeah, it's huge, and then you just look and you're like, I'm just gonna watch Netflix, I'm done, I
Yes.
can't with this. And, yeah, I read another wedding photographer that had her, like, 3 things to win the day. That's where I got that from, and that's what she would do, is in the evening before... like the end of your day, your work day, for the next day, she would list, these are the 3 things that I want to get done tomorrow. And that's it. And if I get those 3 things done, then I win and I'm great. Like, you get to pat yourself on the back and feel good about, like, you accomplished the things you set out to do.
Can a shower be one of those
Yes.
things?
Yeah. Yeah. Put shower on your
I'm
list,
a mom,
man.
Too. I've
Yeah. Oh, God. Really? Yeah. Our kid's scared of the shower, so I can only shower whenever someone else is home to watch him because he, like, won't be in the same room with me. So that's, yeah, shower goes on the list.
Yeah, one suggestion for OmniFocus users is for you to check out Tim Stringer's videos, and specifically on perspectives. So,
Okay.
so like the tool itself provides you with a function for doing that.
Yeah, I've been told to use perspectives, but I have yet to actually understand perspectives
Right.
yet.
Tim Stringer does a really,
Tim
really
Stringer.
great job of explaining how OmniFocus 2 works in that regard, and I think that will really help you define and then be able to use the tool better.
Okay, great.
And that's not one I've used. I think it's any.do because it has a mobile version and it connects to the web version, so I can connect it wherever.
I used that for a little bit.
Yeah,
but-
that one has a scheduling thing, so you can, like, I can still, if I don't write a thing down, then it's in my brain, and I'm anxious that it's in my brain, I'm going to forget it. So I have to write down those bigger goals that need done 3 months, 6 months, a year from now, whatever. I have to write them down and get them out of my brain. So that allows me to put in, like, a date for that. Like, oh, I need to do this, but not until, like, don't even show me this until September. But it's on the list, and I can, like, mentally, check it off or whatever.
Yeah, I
so if that's
can
the thing, if it
that
lets you
in
do any kind of
OmniFocus,
scheduling.
But I have a hard time seeing past this week.
Yeah. Well, that's Sometimes
so-
that's the best you can do is just plan this week, and then you have the like when I get a minute list. And like I said, I started using that sort of box to kind of make sure that things that were important weren't slipping. Because if you do the short view, if you're not taking a long view of your schedule, then you end up doing the busy things that are like, oh, this is busy work that I have to get done because they're urgent, but they're not important. So I think that helped me a lot to kind of, when I felt like I just had a big mess of unprioritized, overwhelming nonsense, then that kind of helped me to figure out what I should be working on. Yeah.
I have a couple things.
Sure.
So my strategy is I have a to-do list. The stuff that's like a long way away is on its own separate list, and I review it and see if there's anything on there that I like want to do soon. But if not, I just ignore it. But then on my to-do list for the day, I'll write down everything I would like to get done for the day. Not necessarily 3 things, usually like 10 or 15 things.
Yeah.
But then what I do is when I wake up, I do the easiest, quickest things first to like feel like I'm knocking off like a whole bunch of stuff. So it's like sending an email or like something super quick. However, I find that you end up like not doing the harder things or the things you really don't want to do. So I guess like I like my strategy, but I don't think it's very efficient.
Yeah, I've read some, I can't remember the analogy for the life of me. It's something to do with eating a frog. I don't know if anyone, what is it?
Eat that frog.
Right.
Yeah, so that's the basic idea is like whatever's the most like, oh, I don't want to do this today. Do it first, get it done, and then you can feel happy. Although I have been guilty of like I have put small things on my list that I know I can get done just so that I can cross it off and feel good about myself. So I've done that. Like I get that you get that little rush of like, yeah, check that off. I'm doing good. But yeah, most people seem to think that the best way to go about it is to get that like the thing you don't want to do out of the way first, because you will totally. I have a friend that calls it procrastinating, because you're doing stuff, but you're not doing the stuff that you're supposed to be doing. But you're doing stuff, so that's you can kind of fall into that, like getting the little easy things and never getting to that, the important one.
Then the easy stuff is kind of a reward. It's like, if
Yeah.
I just make it through this, then I'll get to do this easy thing that takes no brain work. And
Yeah, and I also, for people that have trouble determining what to do that day, and moms, yeah, because I have house stuff, I have kid stuff, I have work stuff, I have a lot of different buckets of stuff. And I've talked to people that theme their days. So like Mondays they do email admin stuff, Tuesdays they do meetings, Wednesdays they do house stuff, whatever it is that you can kind of like, so that you don't have to spend so much mental energy on like, oh, what do I work on today? Oh, it's Wednesday, I do house stuff, and then you don't have to spend all that time kind of figuring out, because that's, you don't want to spend an hour at the beginning of your day just figuring out what you're even doing that day. Like that's exhaust you before you even start doing any real work, and you get worn out on that.
what did you do today? Well, I've done that. I worked at a job.
Micromanaging.
Do you have a preferred to-do list?
I've been using the any.do. That works for me. But there are a jillion to-do apps, and I've tried a lot of them, and I've tried paper ones, and I've tried web ones, and whatever. And I think it just is a matter of trying a bunch of different stuff until you see what sticks for you personally. Because I have people that swear up and down by other apps, and like that, I don't know. I never looked at it, or
What works?
yeah. I used to keep a whiteboard with a very small font that made my husband nervous. Like that used to be, he's like, the smaller the font gets, the busier you are, and that concerns me. So that used to be my method, was just whiteboard that I could look at all the time, and I finally found a digital thing that works for me personally.
Yeah, I'm laughing because I use one called Todoist, and I love it because it's a Gmail extension, so you can take an email and say, follow up on this in a week.
Oh yeah, I use an
And-
inbox as a to-do list.
And as I look at this, I see where I have 10 overdue tasks, so it's not really working. I'm like,
Yeah, that's I do that.
Did you have another?
Yeah. So my other question is, what if so I like what I do. So like I like to do it. I know I work way too much though, and I'm like always sleepy. I get like 4 hours of sleep, 5 hours of sleep, and but I like doing the stuff I'm doing actually. So
Yeah.
So like what? So
That-
like what, you know what I mean?
It makes it hard when your work is also your hobby. Like your work is also, because I do photography. I love it. Like a lot of it I don't love. There's, I tell people I feel like getting a college major is just picking what you want to answer email about until you die. Like that's, because 90% of my job is just email. That part's boring. But the work part, like the editing and the shooting and that stuff, love it. But even if you love a thing, you still can get burned out on doing it. So it's harder to set aside that time, but it's really, really necessary to be like, okay, I know this is super fun. and I could do this all night, but like I need to not do this all night. So it's, you know, setting up systems, like I said, declaring a done point for me has been really, really important, because the other thing is when you work from home, and you can work anytime at all, my office is just right there, you know, you fall into that, like, oh, I'll just check an email real quick at 9 o'clock. Oh, it's midnight, but like I could probably get this done. I'll just work another hour. Like having to kind of enforce like hard cutoff points with myself and to give myself business hours, even though I don't have to have them, like that's been really helpful to me, just to step back from it. And, you know, making time for personal projects that, you know, what do you do?
By trade, software engineering, so like the code
Okay.
you're talking about your friend does, it is easy to be like this, like
Yeah.
constantly, but
Yeah, because there's always something else you could be doing.
always a project.
Yeah. So, but I think it's really important to find a cutoff for it, especially if it's something you love. Because I've worked jobs that the only thing I got out of it was a paycheck. So when it's 4 o'clock, I'm leaving. Like I have no other reason to be here. I hate it here. I'm here because you're paying me money. That's it. But when you're doing something you really love to do, then yeah, there's another reason that you're doing that work, and it's harder for you to shut it off.
I have one more question. I just wanted to wait to see.
I'm listening to what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is my last one though. So I actually want to ask you, and I also want to ask the men.
Mhm.
So when you were talking about saying no, I find that women specifically have
Mhm.
a very hard time.
Because
doing
people like
that.
you more when you say yes to
Yeah,
things.
we don't want to be not liked, and we don't want to be a lead, and like,
Yeah.
you know, consider, you know, when a guy does, one of my favorite quotes is like, when a guy is aggressive, he's called a boss. When a girl's aggressive, she's called a B.
Yeah.
And so, I just want to know, like, is it true? Like, do our men just like, no, I'm not doing that, you know, and just leave it at that, or do men kind of feel like they have to make an excuse too?
Men can be sissies too.
Yeah.
I
Are
mean,
you
that's
scared of
just man
confrontation
development,
also?
Right?
Yeah.
So, no, I think
No,
that
I
men,
mean-
more by and large, say yes as a practice of male culture. You know, we need to be able to show ourselves as strong
Yeah.
and powerful and blah blah blah. And it's just, you know, it's all a part of misogyny, that stuff that's still remnant of culture that needs to die.
We will
So-
fall on the sword just so that
The
the
people,
project can
yeah.
get done.
Yeah, but remember that like your job is to do what's best for you,
Yeah.
not do what's best for society. So, you know, not always. You
And-
should have some philanthropic note, but
Yeah.
not everything.
You can. I do have a small addendum to the no and stop talking. If what they're asking of you is something that someone else at your office should be doing, that someone else does better, you can make a no but. So you're still saying no. I'm still not doing this, but I can help you get this thing done that you need to get done. Because I will have people, you know, that email me, oh, we have an event coming up. Can you shoot it? I don't do that. That's it's a thing I used to do. I do weddings and portrait stuff. I don't do events anymore. So no, but I have a friend that does, and I can refer you to them and set you up with the information to get in touch with them. So you can be helpful and still not be doing the thing that you don't want to do. It's sneaky, but it works.
That's all of my questions.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other excellent suggestions for for time tracking or?
I like what you said about getting the effort in it. However, I work in a place where it's come to a point where it's almost like they are abusing the effort.
Okay.
A lot of people just, just sit there and they say, take care of my ill parents. And it's like when it's snowing, then they don't show up. When the weather's good, they don't show up. And it's like, how come your ill parents, they're ill on days that we really need you at work?
Right. Why are they only sick when it's snowing?
Yeah. or when the weather's really good,
Right.
So I don't know what you can say about that.
It's really tricky, and it's a thing that people bring up a lot about, like, welfare reform and things like that. That yeah, you will have people that take advantage of a system, but does that mean that you don't offer it to the people that do legitimately need it, that are making good use of it, that are using it like they're supposed to? It's really because it's hard. It's hard to tell somebody whether or not they're too sick to work, whether or not their parents too. It's not like a situation you can kind of insert yourself into without kind of knowing what their situation really is. So yeah, that is the downside to any kind of program that's helping people, is that you will have jerks that take advantage of it. But yeah, I still feel like, I don't know, that's not a reason to not offer it or to not support people that do need it, because, man, I needed it.
I was hired at Lipson when I was 4 months pregnant. I was actually laid off from my prior job when I was 3 months pregnant, and was hired by Lipson. And the problem with that was they're a very small company, so their leave requirements are minimal. And I wasn't going to be there for a full year to have the advantage of being able to take FMLA. So I had to take leave unpaid in order to be home with my child when he was born. So I actually worked with Laurie, the president of our company, when I was hired, on what the solution was going to be and what the long-term solution was going to be. And ultimately, through constant communication and her seeing how I did on the job and so on and so forth, what ultimately ended up happening was it turned into a full-time work-from-home situation for me. So I think it depends on the person. It depends on if the quality of work that you're putting forth is actually worth the company's time. I mean, if you're not good at if you're not actually putting forth the work, then why are they going to work with you? But even when FMLA is not accessible for a company who has worthwhile management, talking to them can really help in those situations.
Yeah, it's it's even, like you said, some places don't, some people may not be covered by FMLA. It's only for companies of a certain size. If you've worked there for a year, like, there are a lot of stipulations to it. But there are even things like, I had a friend that had, they were able to telecommute. They could work from home until one dude was not actually working from home. He was just being at home and getting paid for it. So then, yeah, he just ruined it, for everybody. Now no one's allowed to telecommute because that one guy can't, like, manage his time well. And is trying to take advantage of a company. So that happens. But, yeah, the place that I was at, actually, when I got pregnant was, we had like 6 people that worked there. So it's very small. So legally, they don't owe me anything. I was a contract worker. It's a small place. They didn't have to do anything at all for me. But when I asked my boss about it, when I talked to him about doing maternity leave, he's like, that's never come up. Like, they've just never had a pregnant employee. It's a small place, and that, so you may run into situations where you speaking up is like, this is the first time this has happened, and that might help them out in the future with like, oh, well, now we do have a policy because somebody actually, needed it.
Yeah, it's opened
but it was a weird
additional
situation.
Work from home options for other members of the team. We have some people that maybe take 1 day a week and work from home. We brought on Dave, who is 100% work from home now.
Yeah, see, some people actually still get their work done if they're at home.
Well, we do provide reports at the end of the day of what it is that we do, so management knows, and they can always go in and check to see if we're telling the truth on what we're doing. So it's not that we're not doing our jobs, but it did open some things up. But then I ended up with the situation of I work from home, so I never leave work. And
yeah, boundaries.
Is your book available on Kindle?
If you order it through Microcosm's site, they have the ebook. Amazon, for whatever reason, only has a physical book. So I think I auto-tweeted from Hootsuite a link while I was talking here. So I think it's on my Twitter that they have the ebook. What's your book called? It's Punk Rock Entrepreneur. It looks like this. Ta-da! Yeah, thank you. I drew it myself. So this was the first conference talk I ever gave that ended up turning into a book, and it was how I learned to run a business from DIY punk kids. So if you're, running a small business, maybe of interest to you. I don't know if anyone's in this room after me or if it's just lunchtime.
it's lunchtime.
Yeah.
And I think I'm actually going to go sit for lunch today.
Ooh. I encourage people to take a real actual lunch that they don't work through.
I actually run into that
What's
all
that?
the time.
Did you set a reminder for that?
To go eat lunch? I used to. I had, my husband would come home, I was in grad school, and he'd be like, so what did you eat today? I'm like, I forgot.
Food, that's right.
He's like, I've been gone for 8 hours, you didn't eat anything? I'm like, did you move?
Wow.
Yeah, it was bad. Like, and that's the thing, when you really like what you're doing, you get real focused on it, and you're real into it, and it's very easy to just be like, oh crap, it's 4 o'clock, like I didn't.
It just takes so much time.
Yeah.
Cook it. Like make it.
Just
My
make a
physical
sandwich.
therapist-
Eat some cereal. Literally anything. Like, it takes 2 seconds.
My physical
Yeah.
therapist told me to go for a walk for 20 minutes every day. He said, get out of your chair from the desk. And
Yeah,
go walk
it's
for
like the
20
best
minutes.
possible thing you can do for yourself.
I said to him, I don't know if I can do that. And he said, why? I said, because I'm too busy. And he said, 20 minutes, dear, do it.
Yeah.
I mean, honest to God, this is the last week. This was the conversation.
20 minutes of walking will make you better at the work you're doing, so you can get it done in less time than if you hadn't taken the walk. You're too busy not to take a 20-minute walk. That's how busy you are.
Exactly what he said.
You are. It's amazing the stuff that, I mean,
There's all the science now that's coming out, but I mean, if you sit for more than 6 hours a day, that it reduces the, basically, paraphrasing, like 80% of a 90-minute workout, null and void, just from sitting too much.
yeah.
You set a timer every 50, like every hour, you get up, take a glass, drink water, whatever.
Yeah, it is literally killing you to crouch over your desk. Yeah. Although I saw a lot of people went, well, we'll just get a standing desk then. I retweeted it. It was somebody put like, Americans just need a standing desk perched over the top of an open grave for when you finally stop working. Like, so you took this information that you shouldn't sit so much and you found a way to work more without sitting. Like, that's what you did with that. So.
They do that a lot in the tech industry.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah, and then we'll put ping pong tables at work, and you just never have to go home, and we'll feed you, and you can never leave, and you can work forever and ever. Yeah. Yeah, they give you perks that make it seem like you're not working yourself to death for them to make money, and you totally are. It's... take a walk. Yeah, thank you. For having good discussion questions. That was neat. I don't usually get to do that when I do these
Do you
things.
have any books with you?
I have 10 books with me,
I'll take it.
if you'd like one.
Can you sign it?
Yeah, totally will. I brought a little shiny Sharpie to do that with.
Alright. And
the prepared.
going rate of your book is?
What's that?
And how much is your book?
It's $10.
$5.99 on the.
Well, yeah, the
thing.
ebook's $5.99.
But I'm gonna buy it in that too.
Yeah, if you like to read on paper, but if you're a digital reader person, it's $5.99. But I don't have the digital copy because how would I do that?
Stare at a computer all day. Kind of like to read a book.
Yeah,
On paper.
I have issues with my eyes where it's harder for me to read on paper than my digital, so.
I get it.
Yeah, I like the part where you can pack just a Kindle and have like 40 books on vacation. That's amazing. But yeah, I still miss having actual things that are on paper.
What I like to use Kindle for, really, is just searching.
Oh yeah?
Use it for the search engine.
Huh.
I prefer all my books hard copies and highlight right in them.
But that helps you find the books you want?
Kindle, yeah. There's Amazon has a Kindle Match. So
Mhm.
you buy a hard book, a lot of books for like $2.99 for Kindle. So I'll use that to search because Google, you said this Google.books. You can search specifically, but a lot of new books actually lock it out now, unfortunately. So, because it was very good. They just search what page will tell you, but now it's locked out. So if you have the Kindle, you can do the aided notes. And also, what's helpful, you can see the most where people highlighted the most.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
I'd be interested in
cool
that.
features Like that, but I still will,
That's a neat feature.
I still prefer books. It's nice to that feature.
I like
Yeah.
the Kindle because it's a single function device. I can't get distracted.
That's true.
You know?
I'll just share to
'Cause
Twitter
I'm
real
like,
quick
I'm
while I'm
on
reading this
tablet,
book.
I'm like, oh, I'll just go check out what that link is for, and then like 3 hours later, I'm like, oh crap. Right, exactly. It's like if I have a Kindle, I go to a cafe, and now I've read. 'Cause
Yeah.
Either that or I'm talking to strangers.
Which is also, you know, at least something out of the order. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it for the life of me, but there was a software, I think it's free, I think it's a web-based thing that you can get that like, I think Scrivener does it for writing. There's a couple of them that will lock out the rest of your computer for whatever time. You're like, 30 minutes, I can't do anything but be in this program. Yeah, that will... And my husband was making fun of me for this, but I got Forest for my phone, and it's like you can set it up to grow a tree, and if you mess with your phone during the time that you're supposed to be growing a tree, then it kills it. It's real sad to me. Like, I don't think he gives a crap. He's like, why do you need this app? I'm like, 'cause I look at my phone too much. Like, I needed a thing to actually force me to stop, like, oh, let's look at Instagram real quick. It's rough.
It's hard to discipline yourself.
It is. It's sad. It shouldn't be, I guess, but yeah. They do, and it's for so much, and especially if you're running a small business now, like you kind of have to do the social media thing for business, but then that really easily bleeds into you screwing around and not working, you know, like it's hard. It's hard to use the same software to promote a business that you do to like kill time at the airport. That's what happened to that.
What happened to your other presentation?
They, whenever I scheduled the sessions, I submitted both of them, thinking that they would, like, pick whichever one kind of fit their track better, and they put me down for both, and I was like, oh, I don't think I can give 2 talks back to back, you guys. So we opted for this one that seemed to kind of fit the, yeah, it was, I would have ended up doing a talk, like, now, and then lunch, and then another one right after that's a different talk. Like, if I just gave the same one, I could do that, but,
I did
like...
that yesterday. I did podcasting 101, 201, then lunch, and then 301, and then today I did stats.
That's so much, like, prep, and...
I did over 120 slides that I wrote.
That's exhausting. Like, I'm tired hearing about you describe that. It makes me tired. Like, so yeah, that's what happened to the other one. Was just I'm like, oh, I don't think I can swing this. So, and the other one actually wasn't. This one was finished, and the other one I would have had to kind of adapt from a talk that I gave like 3 years ago or something. So it needs some updating. It's like, that one's more work. I'll just do this one. So that's what happened to it. But this is the expanded version of it. So. It's lunchtime, you guys. Where's good for lunch around here?
Wait, you dismiss us, I guess.
Yeah, get out here.
Market Square is great.
Market Square?
Yeah, there's all kinds
It's like a
of
food
stuff
court
there.
for the city.
Oh, okay,
They
yeah,
do
yeah.
grading outside.
Oh, yeah?
That matters.
Oh.
I have to eat whether it's raining outside.
Well, if you
These
want
are
to take a
facts.
hike, you know.
So it was $10?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Did you self-publish it?
No, Microcosm. Unbelievably, a publisher I sent a proposal to said that they would make this into a real book, so I'm still kind of having trouble wrapping my brain around that. So yeah, so they're handling a lot of the distribution, and I'm working on some smaller shops like around Pittsburgh to see if they'll carry it, so thanks. See, now I'm going to check my weather app instead of actually looking outside to see what the weather's doing. Oh, this wants me to log in again. I can't possibly be doing that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
How much are you on it? I'm like,
Yesterday was a little
dine and dash.
Yeah.
Crystal, probably don't remember the city of Bowen.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's been a while.
Real, my shiny Sharpie. What's your name?
Still go to me.
Jonathan.
Jonathan. With an H or not H?
With an H. Thank you
With
for
an
asking.
H, right?
Wow, that's really impressive.
No one spells my name right.
I
So.
shoot and teach now.
There's John's both sides, grandparents all the way up.
What's
My
that?
mom's name. My dad's a John.
We have, like, both of my grandfathers named John, both of them had a kid named John, both of them. Yeah. Thank you. So we have, like, thousands of Johns in my family. I'm married to John, and his dad's name is John. He made me name Ray John, so. I'm like, do we have to? He's like, yeah, I really want to. I'm like, all right, okay, fine. So.
You're doing a podcast about podcasts?
What I actually really started doing some podcast sometime. I was going to do 2x to get there even faster, but so I started this on books on Audible, especially books I read a lot again and again. So I actually started my own website. Get with my last book I just purchased. Doesn't matter. It's I was listening at 3x, but I'm following along with the hard copy.
Oh, okay.
And what it was it's a different experience in a good way. And also, so if because I highlight all the time, so I can just reread any book. So what you can do is as you're highlighting, you can kind of keep going, so you pop it. So you're noting it, but it keeps going. It's like,
I'm gonna look at this later.
yeah, it's really put it at 3x, and plus it just gets you training. So now,
That might,
when I go
because
back
the
to
problem that I have with podcasts and with audio in general is if I don't have a thing that I'm looking at, my brain wanders off.
that's why.
And then I start doing other things, and I miss like a paragraph of this. I
You
wasn't
could
paying
totally
attention.
game Audible too.
Yeah?
Like my buddy, joins them, gets a book, and quits them the next day. And like, come on back, here's a free book. I think he has 8 free books from them. But books I read a lot. Some of my favorite, philosophy books, Stoicism, certain things I just read again and again. I just got out of the book, and the last one I just pounded through in 3x and just follow along.
Very good presentation, Cookie.
Thank you.
It's Thinking Fast and so the Economy, it's Sapient by Yuval.
Okay.
Super dense, big books.
Yeah.
It's I know I want to get it. It's 16 pages. But, just listen in the background, I'll get 20-30% of it.
Yeah. You're I don't know, audio skimming, kind of.
Precisely.
Fancy.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thanks for doing the presentation. I'm a productivity geek, so I love hearing about all things.
I'm such a nerd for it.
I just showed him this. I just got this. Are you familiar with the 5-minute journal?
Oh, yeah.
So this is this is the same company.
Oh, okay.
This is their new product. Yeah. I actually talked to their CEO last week.
Yeah, so this is, man, perfect. I like that.
Are you still doing your own class?
No, like I said, they scheduled me for 2 of them, and I can't. I couldn't handle the because I had to
Give
write.
them an excuse, or did you just say no?
I told them no. But what happened was I had to make this talk because I was already scheduled to do this in Seattle, so I've been working on this. I'm I don't know when. I was between. It was July 23rd. I think that was. So between then and now, I'd have had to produce another talk and also learn it. And this one I lost a lot of my notes because we had to transfer it over to PowerPoint and Keynote.
Right.
Dum bring a PowerPoint version or PDF by it. And I printed. I'm well, print this up a presenter in case it doesn't work, but it cut off the bottoms of it. So dang. Wing it.
I wish I had known. I would have told. I have both versions on all
Yeah.
of my computers. I would have been able to convert it for you.
Well, we convert it over to PowerPoint, but it doesn't keep your notes. when
Yeah,
put
but
it
if
in PowerPoint.
you can export all your notes in a format that are just the notes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just
I didn't do that. I did the handout one had so I knew what slide I was on, but then I cut them off because I talked too much.
Right.
Are you in Pittsburgh?
We actually live in Brownsville. It's an hour south of here.
Oh, yeah.
In the middle of
Towards
nowhere.
West Virginia?
Yeah, we're kind of halfway between here and Morgantown.
Take 43.
Yeah, love 43.
It's great. When
Yeah,
is it?
taking 51 into Pittsburgh because you'd be do we have to go to Pittsburgh?
You know the extension from the end of 43 on 51 there into the city is the largest civil project in the U.S. on record.
Really?
Because it's not done yet. It's going to be a 30-year project because they want to take from that extension all the way into downtown.
Really?
Straight through. It'd be a 30-year project. Besides that police station, that was my first little engineering internship project.
Is that what they're doing on 51 that all that nonsense construction is still happening?
No, this was years ago. It's on record or whatever. It's the largest construction. It was second to the Big Dig. Once the Big Dig finished, whatever the concept was, it is now considered large. It'll never get done, but because it goes there literally downtown, it's well tunnels and everything. So.
Yeah, these things don't tend to.
But you use Waze?
We used it once on the way to vacation.
Yeah, I think there was a front-facing USB port or something.
Sometimes it's just like on the side of the screen.
There might be one right on the screen, yeah. Not on that one. Not on that one. Not on the keyboard. Oh, right here. Right here. Straight in. Oops.
I'll just,
Will it work if it's
Yeah,
hanging
yeah.
down?
yeah.
There we go. Hey.
Is it flashing?
Yeah, flashing blue.
Okay.
I'll let you take a closer look. I'll get out of the way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that was good.
That launch should be maybe halfway through.
Yeah. So is that like an external battery for your phone?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, they're.
And there is a session in here after.
Yeah, 2 o'clock.
I think they moved a session. Yeah, I think they moved the original session here to the main room, and then the other guy moved for in here.
Yeah, I know there was a little
Yeah.
shifting.
Yeah, like, his like wife was in the hospital. It's like, okay, you went on excuses.
Okay, well, I'm gonna kind of hang out here because once they turn the lights on the stage. You presenting or attending?
No, I'm attending.
Okay.
Well, they should be starting any time.
Yeah, a couple minutes, but schedule's not a set in stone thing.
not suggest it at all.
Hi, your presenter?
I am.
How you doing?
I am well.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Does this room have HDMI or VGA?
Yes. Has
HDMI?
both. Yep.
Oh, that's good, because I
Excuse
think
me.
HDMI is going to go a lot better for me.
Okay.
Hopefully, because VGA was not working out yesterday.
Here.
1 second to get my horrible adapter for this terrible 12-inch MacBook. I love it, I really do. I feel like I just went through a monsoon.
Yeah, it's been quite the experience today out there. Okay. Do you have audio with your presentation?
No.
Okay.
No audio, except now everyone's reading my text messages, so we'll just not do that.
Okay. So you're
Is
good
there
to
a
go?
plug right here too? Oh, there's right there.
Yeah, down there.
Thank you.
Okay. Good luck.
Thanks. Bless you. It's all right. It's not a very nice day outside. Just so you guys know, this session was changed. It's Small Business Social Media Toolkit. Just make sure it's not the. I am not punk rock, unfortunately. I said I would pretend to be, but they said that my session was just as wonderful. You can find, like, if you look online on the Podcamp website, you can see the updated list of sessions that has everything right. I guess the gentleman could not make it.
Actually, a lady.
Ah, lady.
Gave
I s-
another presentation, actually,
Oh, okay.
this morning.
I swear they said gentleman to me, but that was yesterday too, so, you know, things change and move as things go on, fortunately or fortunately. There we go, Point Park. Let's log in. Podcamp. Oh. Point Park 16. There's the current schedule while I grab the rest of this PowerPoint. Well, that's great. Okay. feel like I just went through a monsoon outside. I'm going to give it one more minute just to make sure no one else trickles in. Since we're right by lunch, I know that tends to happen. Okay. So as I said already, this is Small Business Social Media Toolkit. I've done this session, I think, 4 years in a row now. But every year it updates and changes as the world changes and social media networks change. But a lot of the general tips and tricks stay the same. They don't necessarily change as much as you would think. Because it's really easy to apply a lot of the tips and tricks constantly throughout different social media networks. You just kind of have to adapt your content a little bit and put a little head work into it. Are you guys all familiar with Podcamp? Have you been here before? Were you here yesterday? Yeah? Part like half and half? Okay. So right now there's only 2 sessions going on, so it'd be pretty tough, but if you don't feel like you're getting anything out of this session, feel free to give a shot to the other one, and I won't be offended at all. I do it all the time. I love to jump between sessions and kind of get a grasp for everything that's going on. My name's Will Reynolds Young. As I said, I've been doing this session for 4 years. I manage social media for a skincare brand as well as their digital presence. And I have been involved with Podcamp for 6 years, I think, something like that. I've been presenting various sessions for about 4 years. Yesterday I did a WordPress session. Last year I did an SEO session and a MailChimp session about email marketing. So I always talk about my knowledge as spanning far and wide in digital gaps, but I certainly would not consider myself a foremost expert in anything. But feel free to throw up any questions you want, because I want to get your small business jumping or whatever you're looking for. So how many of you guys own a small business or looking to start a small business? Okay. It's fun. It's very fun. So, social media is word of mouth on steroids. If you just think about your friends and family, how you talk back and forth, usually social media is that, but just amplified. So you have a voice. It allows everyone, big and little, to have a voice. Whether that's positive or negative is certainly up for debate, but it gives a voice to many people. And that's what you have to think about with social media. So what do you guys think the biggest asset of social media is for you? What's the biggest asset that you can bring to the table?
That I can bring it, that I get from it.
That you bring to the table. Yeah. It's much easier than that, I promise.
For me, I've found that it's hard for people to decide on someone to hire when you're looking at strangers, and social media gives me a way that I'm not a stranger to them.
Yeah, that's a great,
It's just making friends, but on the internet.
So even going further than that, the biggest asset to social media is you. Because, if you're doing social media, it's about you. People like personality. They want to see personality in social media. They don't want a bland, dry feed of social media. They want to see personality. That doesn't mean that you should probably go out there on your business account talking about the 2016 election, but there's plenty of other things you can talk about that graded great personality, and those are the difficult choices you have to make. So, for example, as a skincare brand, we support the outdoors, and we want to promote the outdoors. So we made the choice that when President Obama was supporting the national parks, that we would support that initiative. And of course, some people didn't like that, but that was very important to us as a brand. And it's kind of hard to say, oh, don't support the national parks. But obviously that does bring a negative connotation with it. So those are the kind of hard decisions that you have to make as a brand in your personality as well. So the biggest thing here is you got to create an action plan, but that action plan is always going to change on the fly, especially when you don't know about initiatives that align with your brand objectives, like President Obama's Parks Initiative. That aligned perfectly with our skincare brand and Active Outdoors. So it was something absolutely we would promote, and it was also part of another organization that we co-collaborated with. But we'll talk about collaboration in a second here. So your action plan should be just like a marketing plan, but specifically based for social media. And I could spend an entire session on an action plan, but what I would suggest is just go into your favorite friend Google and learning there about what you should put in an action plan. And part of that action plan is choosing a social network. So we'll talk about that a little bit later, or choosing what social networks, because it's not something you want to be on every social network as much as that would be fun. It gets way overwhelming. So I talked a little bit about partners and co-collaboration. I almost purposely wore a shirt today that had a little bit of co-collaboration going on with it. So in the social media space, don't be afraid to collaborate with other businesses, other organizations. Even if they're competing businesses, you can find objectives that align together that you can promote something. So, I mean, there's a lot of different examples, but I'm going to, again, go back to the skincare company because that's what I'm familiar with. We created a co-collaboration with a outdoor manufacturing company, Teton Sports. That partnership has been extremely invaluable to us, and we scratch each other's back and help each other out. We participate in each other's communities and events and promotion. We also work with the Outdoor Industry Association. We're a member of theirs, so that initiative with President Obama that I was talking about was their initiative, and they were promoting that. And then we jumped in on that and helped promote it because it was important for our environment and us as a company with sustainability. So you do still have to make sure those objectives align. There's plenty of opportunities for collaboration and co-collaboration. So what you might find is that another one is having two businesses collaborate together with someone else too. So something that has been real popular as of recent, as you get more advanced with your business, is to have a school worked into your marketing strategy, because there's tons and tons of students in classrooms that want real life experience, and perhaps a classroom, you might know a teacher, you might know a friend of a teacher who wants to help you make a marketing plan, and then you guys can go through that process together. And by no means don't think that this is like a free ride. There is a crap ton of work for you in with this collaboration, but it gives you experience, it gets you a marketing plan, and it gets tons of kids experiences, and then they're all going to have a really positive image of your brand, and then also you're going to build your community through that. So the biggest questions that kind of come up as social media FAQ is like, how do I get more followers? And then from there it goes to likes, retweets, comments. I don't want to say throw all of those out the window because they're really important, but what you want to focus on is interaction. Likes are great, but if people are just double clicking and then scrolling past, what does that do for you? Not really much at all. I mean, you can buy likes if you want to look at that, but that's a terrible idea. Just please don't do it. Social media is social. So the example that I love is if you go to a networking event, or even here at Podcamp, if you're meeting other business owners, do you just walk up to them and hand them your business card and walk away just to promote yourself? Probably not. Probably wouldn't work out very well. So with social media, obviously your goal is to bring brand awareness and sell more product, but you need to kind of put that on a back burner in any way. You need to interact with your community. What I love to do is with Twitter, that's just having a conversation about with what they're having. So a lot of what Twitter ends up being is about your day or their day. So one simple thing that I like to do with Twitter is, a lot of people are always fundraising for things, whether it's their family member, whether it's American Cancer Society, whether it's brain cancer, etc. And one thing that I like to do is I see those come through the feed, and of course we can't donate to all of them, but we have people who are social influencers in our community, and then we also have people who we just know are fans of our brand. So we just, throw them a small donation. It doesn't have to be huge. $20, $10 even, $15. They'll appreciate it more than you know. And then you still have that tax deduction in a business sense. You're helping them out. You're helping the organization out. And it's just, a friendly thing to do. It's very simple. So those kind of surprise gifts are really fun for everyone. What you're looking to create is win-win situations. Even better if you can find a win-win-win. So by donating to this charitable organization, you're creating a win for that charitable organization. You're creating a win for yourself in terms of donating to an influencer or a community member's cause. And then you are creating a win for your business on their standpoint because they now have a much more positive image of you as well. Again, you can't do it for everyone, so that gets really tough sometimes. So back to how do I get more followers? It's just interaction. They're going to come while you interact. So for example, that company Teton Sports that we have the community with, that we interact with a lot, I was in Salt Lake City last week, and I was there for an outdoor retailer show. And they were hosting an event, and they were hosting a hike. And they were like, you want to do anything with this? So I'm like, definitely. Whatever you guys want to do. Whether it's just giving out some products, sharing stuff. And even though these hikes and their events are not focused on selling product, people inherently want to know what you're doing there. So we were going through and we were introducing ourselves to the group, about 20 or 30 people. And I said, my name's Will Reynolds Young. I work for Skin Nourishment. Told them about myself. And all I did was just gloss right over. And people were pumped to hear about Skin Nourishment. Several people already knew about it because of the community that we were already in. And then that has now translated into those social follows, those tags, those posts that we're now being tagged in. And we just built, another 10 great influencers. And 10 doesn't sound like a great number in terms of influencers. But one influencer is way more powerful than 10 people who are just double clicking to like all the time or, just favorite something. The fact is that on Twitter, for example, and this goes across social networks, most people on there are just looking. They're not doing anything there. They're not posting. I can't remember the exact statistic, but I want to say it's about 50% of people on Twitter have never posted anything. They just look at Twitter. I have many friends who I know and love dearly, and all they do is just look at my feed. And they'll be like, hey, I saw that really cool thing you posted. And I'll be like, you didn't favorite it, you didn't like it, you didn't comment on it, and now you're saying it in person? That's great. I love to hear that, but I would have loved to have had that conversation online so it can extend to the other people. So that's kind of a battle that you have to engage in. So how many of you guys have physical businesses or are considering physical businesses? None? Yes. Thinking for. Okay. I'll touch on that quickly. So Skin Nourishment, we have distributors in 30 countries, and then we have one single physical location. So something really important about social media is if you have a business already, there's already people on there that know you. So trying to find them, whether that might be through targeted ads, or whether if you have a physical location, use that to your advantage. When they come in, say, hey, would you like to get 5% off? And if you give us a like or a follow or a retweet or something like that, it's not going to mean that much then. I mean, that's certainly not a long-term strategy, but just finding them and grabbing them and then being able to pull them in is a huge deal. Because if they're already a fan of yours, as you know, customer acquisition costs a lot more than customer retention. So if they're already your fan, keep them there. Get them more entrenched in your culture. So a lot of people are worried about being annoying or repetitive on social media. And I can promise you that especially in this day and age with Facebook, you're probably not going to get there. It takes a lot of work to be annoying and repetitive. I'm not telling you to go and post the same thing every single day at the same time. Please do not do that. But it is 100% okay and 100% a good idea to recycle content that you have. And especially looking at stuff that you have sent out before, whether that be content you've written or content that you've reposted, and seeing how that content has worked with your followers. The number of clicks it's gotten, the number of retweets it's gotten, the number of favorites it's gotten, the number of shares it's gotten, etc. Easier said than done on some social networks. So there's a gentleman named Gary Vaynerchuk, which is he's very well known in the social media industry. He's done crazy things, and he always talks about jab, 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 right hook. So the jabs are you giving value to your customers, and then the right hook is the ask. And as you notice, the right hook is at the end, and there's lots of information and sharing before and interacting before you get to that ask. So don't think that tomorrow you're going to get into social media and you're going to just kill it. It takes time to build up a social media following. It takes a lot of work. It's effort. And whether that be time or money or both, it takes a lot. A great example that I like to share is that I was in Salt Lake City a couple of years ago, and my dad was with me and my brother was with me, and I'm like a chronic worker, so anywhere I am, I'm always thinking about work. So I was like, let's just do a quick meetup here on the fly in Salt Lake City at this place that I know everyone loves. I started tweeting out to people, inviting everyone who wanted to come. I got like 20 yeses. And my dad was setting me up for failure. He's like, don't be surprised if only a few people show up. And I was like, no, I know that these people are showing up. They've been our brand advocates for years, and they want to meet us. They want to hang out. And this was before I even told them that we were buying them free food. I didn't even tell them that we were giving them free food. That was an idea that came later. I was like, heck, why not buy them a burrito? Sure. So every single person showed up. Every single one. And that was because of the work that I put into it. Now here comes the sad part of that story. Over the next year, 2 years, I got sick. I am the sole social media guy for Skid Nourishment. So our interaction went like this. You know, it was like this, and then it plateaued, and then just went down. So you have to keep putting that work in. Keep making that connection. That's about not letting those social networks run dry. This is a long game. You're not just going to do social media for a year and then stop. And I say this not because I want to scare you. I want to be realistic with you. It's not something that you're going to just do today and get a huge return tomorrow. It takes time. But those relationships that you build will be equal to those relationships that you have in person, and hopefully you have the opportunity to bring those relationships into person through in-person meetups like Podcamp, if one of your huge fans was here, or that outdoor retailer show that we go to in Salt Lake City. So anywhere we go, we try and meet up with people and say, hey, we have this booth, and looking at our feed and seeing, oh, these people are here, and inviting them to our booth. So it's not just expecting them to see that we are there, to invite them. So what do you guys think are the top social media sites? And we're looking at the world, and we're going to look at the United States as well. Any others you want to throw out there? Instagram?
Weibo.
I like it. It's on there.
Reddit, probably.
Reddit? Okay. Any others you want to throw out there?
WeChat, Snapchat.
All the chats.
Periscope.
Periscope? Asterisk, just everything chat. I'm going to create a new social network tomorrow. It's going to be called Will Chat. It's going to be a direct chat with me. Okay, so first we got the graph of, oh, that shows up really well. That's good. We have the graph of social networks as of April 2016. I swear I tried to find a reasonable graph of recent because, this changes constantly. But I just wasn't happy with the other ones I found. And depending on who you ask, you're going to get a different statistic. Because these, even though they say active users in millions, they're not reported on a regular basis, and they're not required to report them. So literally people are guessing based on a bunch of data they have. So you could find this chart 1 billion times over. But fun thing about this, the top 3 are the same company. So chat app. In fact, basically. Yeah. So on here, across the world, you see a ton of chat apps. Like, I think someone threw out WeChat. We got, the other fun thing is you'll see, again, we got Facebook, 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 Facebook. And now the other thing that comes down here that's really fun is then you have Microsoft right here. So Microsoft owns Skype. And then you have Yahoo right here, which was just acquired by Verizon. So to think that like these social networks are really far and wide, obviously there's tons of them, is kind of crazy because they're all, the top is dominated by Facebook at this point. So I'm going to go to the next one here because that one is a little more interesting, or what I want to focus on, I suppose.
What is QQ?
It's a social network in another country. I was going to say a bunch of the, like half of that, since it's world, is social networks in another country. I believe WeChat is really popular in China. Okay, that's what I thought, yeah.
QQ is basically the Chinese equivalent of Twitter.
Yeah, I thought so. So this is in order from here and then goes to the next side. So again, you got Facebook. This is where it's really fun because you get YouTube. But YouTube is obviously worldwide, but as you can tell, it wasn't really on the other list. Its audience is largely based in the US because there's tons of other video sharing sites. You got Twitter, but the really interesting part about Twitter is if you look at a graph of interaction over time and network growth, Twitter's is like this, whereas you look at Instagram, it's like that. So I don't want to say Twitter is completely dying because that's not true, but it's just not experiencing the same growth potential that the other networks have had. The really fun part about these statistics, they're all well and good to look at. They're really fun to look at. I'll look at them all day long and talk about them all day long. But you need to choose what is best for your business. No one can tell you what's best for your business. I can just give you information about these social networks and how they work. And the other thing is, there are, as you can tell, a billion social media networks up here that some you might know, some you do know, some you might not know at all or never even heard of. And some you might think do nothing, like Google+. And I assure you, despite Google+ being almost completely defunct and seems that Google is completely going away from it, it is still really important in an SEO sense. And Google continuously has been repackaging and packaging Google+ in terms of the site. So Google+ used to be totally integrated with their messenger service Hangouts, but it seems like they have branched that off. And then Google+ also seemed to be completely entrenched in Places, or when you use Google Maps, Google Places shows up. So it's really interesting to see how that shapes and forms. But to say that you don't want to be on Google+ at all would probably do you a disservice to at least cross-post content there. So I had already mentioned that Yahoo owns Tumblr, I believe, on the last graph. They also own Flickr up here. And then they were just bought by Verizon. So that's another fun one. Someone had mentioned Reddit too. That's a fun one as well. A large amount of our traffic for Skin Nourishment comes from Reddit. Nothing to our dealing because it's not really a social network you can advertise or penetrate in any way. So, speaking of audience penetration, here is talking about engagement of social networks. So that should be pretty easy to see. So you can see the reach among 18 to 34. So a prime demographic for many people, obviously not the demographic that everyone's looking at, but kind of the coveted demographic at this point. And then average monthly minutes per visitor. So you can tell you got all these social networks bunched up here, and then all the way up here you got Facebook. I am like the worst offender. I wish I could destroy Facebook, but I have way too many things on there, and Messenger, and oh, it's terrible. I'm so stuck in Facebook. I'm probably like this statistic right here alone. This is probably just me. My Snapchat usage is probably like up here too. I'm way too much on Snapchat as well. But as you see here, you got a lot of social networks that are, in a small range here, a relatively small range. And again, this is changing every day. So this landscape is just insane. Instagram used to be way back here, and now it's shooting up, and it should be very interesting to see what Instagram does with Instagram stories, which is really similar to Snapchat. You got Twitter up here, but I expect this number to just keep going back here at this point. Not that it's not a good social network to be on. A lot of people like poo-poo LinkedIn and Google+, but both of them are, way up here. They're still important. You got like the female audience's favorite Pinterest here. Not that there's not males on there, but it's like 80% females at this point on Pinterest. And you got Vine and Tumblr hanging out back there. But I think what's really interesting to me personally is I know people of all these social networks listed on here. I know people who deeply love all of them and are really deeply interested in all of them. So I know people who spend all of their time between Pinterest and Facebook, or all of their time between Tumblr and Pinterest, and they're not on Snapchat at all. So you can find really engaged communities in all of these. So don't let the numbers here of what people are using it dictate what you're doing too much. Obviously, you want people to be there, so don't go on Peach, if you've ever even heard of that. And you probably don't want to spend a ton of time on Google+, but it's still important because Google owns the internet, basically, in terms of SEO. So I'm going to try and move forward here in terms of about these social networks. We got two more statistic slides, I believe. So I talked about like the 18 to 34 demographic, and sometimes people will say, well, my demographic isn't on social media. And as you can tell here, you got the 18 to 34 demographic up here, where just basically lives on social media. And you got the other three demographics down here, but look at this 65 plus demographic right here. 2006, they're like, maybe we'll try this out, and then they're like, oh geez, my entire family's on here. I gotta go on it. 65 plus is the largest demographic on social media, the largest growing demographic on social media. So to say that your demographic isn't on social media would be to say that there's no people in the street or something like that. Just another fun chart. I like charts a little too much. You got a nice another graph that shows you about the active users on social media by age. So I had just mentioned there's these demographics in terms of what they're using social media, but look at this. Like, you can see this 65 or 55 to 64 demographic, and it's constant in many ways across these. I mean, obviously there's some change, but it's not like they're drastically on Facebook over Pinterest, but look at this. They're like, very indistinguishable. So it's percentage points, like few percentage points. I mean, it's really strikingly similar across different age groups. It just shows that social networks are now at a stage of maturity where they give opportunities to reach all age and gender groups. I mean, the exceptions in this way are Instagram and Tumblr, which are clearly younger demographics. So you got Instagram, Tumblr. Snapchat skews that way as well. But you still have plenty of people on there, other age demographics, so you can find them. And the last statistical chart, I promise, but perhaps my favorite, and I used to show this one first because this one's updated every year and just really awesome from a really great site. So you have about 7.3 billion people in the world. Maybe we made it to 7.4 billion now because this is from January. You got the digital penetration of users right around 46% at 3.4 billion. Of those people, 2.3 billion are active on social media. But this is where I really go towards. Look at this. The number of active and unique social media users. It's insane. A lot of people are using social media on their mobile devices. They're not sitting at their computer very much and typing away on Facebook. They're Instagramming and Snapchatting away while they're at conferences like you're here today. I hope if anyone did that, I got a really good Snapchat filter, I'm hoping.
That's correct. What's the difference between the 3.4 and the 2.3? Sorry.
Which one are you looking at?
2.4 and 2.3. What did you say was the difference?
Where do you see it? Oh, the 3.4
and
and
the
2.3? So the 3.4 is internet users, and then this is active social media users. So the people are active on social media.
Sorry, not to interrupt. What's your Twitter?
W Reynolds Young. It's WREYNOLDSYOUNG. It's way too long.
He spells in the first and second last.
I've practiced it for many years.
I'm like, Fiverr? F-I-V-E-R. There is a second R.
There is another R, yeah. So I've talked a lot about social media and content, but what kind of content do people want to read and see? You got stories, helpful tips, news and gossip, and how-to. And again, you have to make the choice as a business owner of what type you want. So at Skin Nourishment, we kind of share a little bit of all of this. We stay away from a lot of news and gossip because that kind of gets really controversial and that's not really a space you want to be in, but that could be your thing. That could work out great for you. So stories. We love to share stories about our customers and what they're doing, whether it be about how they're doing with the product or whether it's just what they're doing in general. We've shared stories about how people have scaled mountains and just overcome incredible obstacles, and they're just really fun to hear, and they're really great to share. We've shared stories about cancer patients how have used our product, and in many ways I feel bad sharing them because I don't want to use this horrible thing in someone's life, but these people want to share. They want to be your brand advocates. They want to know that something has helped them a lot. Helpful tips. So one of our most shared posts of all time was one of the simplest things ever. We just put up a recipe of an electrolyte cocktail that replaces Gatorade, of just simple water, lemon, honey, and salt. It wasn't difficult at all, and it was a recipe that my aunt had come up with. It wasn't anything groundbreaking or insane at all, but it was just really helpful and cool to share. News and gossip, so that gets to what's relevant today. Whether that be that the president is visiting the national parks and supporting them, or whether that be the climbing is coming into the Olympics in 2020, so we actually have a post scheduled for a little bit here soon, I think, if I remember right, that is coming up to ask, what do you guys think about climbing in the Olympics in 2020? And there's no doubt that there's going to be people on both sides of the fence. But we want people to have that conversation. And then how-to. So we've been toying with how to make your own skincare products. And that kind of seems like something you wouldn't want to do because then they're not going to buy your product. But that's not true at all. If you can help guide them in what you're doing, they might become way more interested in what you're doing. So those are a bunch of different types of content that you can share. And the interesting part is you do need to kind of adapt this different type of content across social media, but you can share it across. So we had talked about social media being built on mobile, and I just wanted to throw this statistic in here. This is an actual statistic from the Skin Nourishment website. So not necessarily social media, but just the website in general, and it shows you the desktop visitors was 56%. But when you add this mobile and tablet number together, it's over 40%. I mean, nearly half of people are visiting on some kind of mobile device, whether it be a tablet or a cell phone. And that leaves margin of error because I like to trick these browsers into thinking I'm a computer all the time. But then you have the social networks that were built completely on mobile, and some of them only work on mobile. So Instagram has adopted a lot more to desktop, but it's still mobile completely. Vine and Snapchat, all very mobile. And a lot of these platforms, they'll launch only on mobile, and the only place you can use it is on your mobile device. And that's where they build their following, and then they adapt to a wider audience on a desktop. But as you can see, this is just a website that your audience might necessarily not even be using a desktop. My aunt, when she travels, she doesn't even take a laptop with her anymore. She takes her iPad and her phone and does everything on there. I wish I was cool enough to do that, but I need a laptop. So what networks do I choose? So this is where it becomes really difficult. You got to make really tough decisions about where you're going to be. And you got to make sure not to overrun yourself. You got to make sure not to kill yourself in terms of social media. And there's a breaking point there. If you do a good job, one social network can really blow up and do really well for you, but you don't want to abandon those other two that you've been working on. That's where it comes in really important. So we had talked about how Instagram has been growing drastically and Twitter has been falling off. But then another one that's been growing drastically is Snapchat. But now it's really interesting to see, well, Instagram Stories is coming around. Well, how is that going to change? So you always got to be reassessing your strategy on how this is going to go. If you're already on Snapchat, are you going to use Instagram Stories? Are you going to abandon your Snapchat? Are you going to do both? Are you going to push the same content to both? There's a lot of questions I can't answer in the next 15 minutes. Jeez. So the core of your social strategy should involve your own website. If you don't have one, that's probably something that you should start off with. Whether it be a quick page you throw up, I am totally blanking on the name right now. I can envision it.
What is
Wix.
It? Oh, Wix.
Wix and Squarespace is another good one. Both really easy places to throw up a nice small business website that you can do yourself. So your newsletter or blog, if you have one of those yet, or you get one of those started, one of the most powerful things in social media is, as I had mentioned, is the own content you create. So that recipe that we put out, those stories that we put out, and they're not necessarily all things that we're doing. They're things that we're collaborating on with our influencers and our athletes that we have, or our friends and family even, and how they interact with the brand. So take advantage of those resources to be able to grow your presence, your own blog, and send out a newsletter. We send out a newsletter on a monthly basis. That's another decision you have to make. But these all go into your social media strategy. So an important part is link backs. That's how you grow your SEO. That's how you get the sales. Because if they're just chilling on Twitter, while Twitter did have buyable posts, I think they just removed them. They're not working out very well for them. They got to go to your website to buy your product or contact your business, basically. Even if they do buy it on Facebook, they're eventually probably going to end up on your website anyway. Hopefully, that's the goal. So getting those link backs. So different ways that you can do this is in those collaborations with other businesses. You can write guest posts for them. You can maybe do a Snapchat takeover or a Twitter takeover or an Instagram takeover. And that way you're intertwining your communities. The last thing, obviously after you've created this content, is to add this content to your fan pages. I didn't really find a word that I liked. I didn't want to say social networks because that seemed weird. I don't know. But by adding your content to your fan pages, I mean properly sharing it on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, wherever that may be that you're sharing it. So you're going through a cycle here. You have your website, you're creating content, you're sending it out to your newsletter, you're asking those people to share it, you're linking back to your website on social media and sharing it on your own social media channels. So I'm going to go here quickly through different social media sites. I don't know what just happened. Oh, that was a weird blank slide, apparently. So I'm going to go through the social media sites here. If there's one that you want to know more about, feel free to ask a question before or after, but I want to make sure I get through each of them. And I will be around for a while. So Twitter, it's 140 character updates. And what gets really fun here is retweeting or resharing other posts. We could get into a really long discussion about here whether it's actually 140 characters at this point, but the idea with it is it's short sentences, it's short, quick thoughts. So you might not be able to put that whole long blog post title that you thought of as your title. What really works well with Twitter and Facebook is using quotes from your article or using quotes from the articles that you're sharing about your community. There's great sites that allow you to create images with those quotes too if you don't already have an image to go with your post. You can use search.twitter.com, and search.twitter.com allows you to look what's going on. So before I came here today at Podcamp, I searched the Podcamp hashtag and see it was here. I was doing it last night, and that's a great way to interact if you're doing local events or hanging out at local stuff, whether it's before, after, or during the event. And then the last thing, one of my favorite things, this is how we got involved with that business, Teton Sports, is a Twitter chat. So Teton Sports hosts the weekly Twitter chat, where it's just a bunch of people coming on Twitter at a certain time to talk about a specific topic. So Teton Sports topic is Hiker Chat, so they use hashtag Hiker Chat, and that happens every Friday at noon. And it's just their community interacting about hiking, and they pose questions, and the audience answers them. I love their format because it's not in-your-face advertising. They strictly discourage brands that involve themselves in it from advertising on their chat. They allow the conversation to happen organically. So there's this website right here, tweetreports.com/Twitter chat schedule. You don't really need to write down that whole thing. You can just search that and get a tweet. Yeah.
What was the name of the company you just mentioned who has a Twitter chat?
Teton Sports.
Teton Sports.
They make wonderful backpacks and camping gear, and they're sold at Cabela's. Also sold on Amazon, actually. So that's a great place to find Twitter chats. There are Twitter chats for more topics than you could ever imagine or I could even fathom. It's great if you can get involved in a weekly Twitter chat or at least show up once a month to get involved with that community. And then maybe you find yourself in the future making your own Twitter chat. That's a huge commitment, but a possibility. So you got Facebook, the behemoth of social networks. The really fun part about Facebook is in a lot of ways, when you use Facebook, you're connected to Instagram, because Instagram and Facebook continue to integrate further and further. So pretty much always with social networks, images added to posts perform better. Furthermore to that, if you're making YouTube videos, uploading them directly to Facebook performs better as well. You want to use the tools that you have within inside that social network for the content. So that might mean that you have to upload your YouTube video to Facebook and a snippet to Instagram. It's a little extra work, but that reusing of content across social networks is going to save you a lot of time and get you a lot of bang for your buck in terms of punch. So if you're thinking about a campaign that you're doing or an advertising campaign you're trying to work in, try and think of how you can apply this to Twitter, to Facebook, to Instagram, whatever social networks that you're using. Maybe it's Snapchat and you provide them a snippet of behind the scenes as you're editing the video. And then when the video goes live, you say, hey, screenshot this link and you can go and see the whole video. You can then keep teasing them with little snippets of the video that are interesting in themselves, but then people will be more inclined to go and watch the video as well. So allow these social networks to work off of each other. Always, as tough as it might be, appeal to friends and family. Use your own personal assets to your advantage, sharing content on your personal page, asking your friends and family to help you out. At that same token, if you have great customers that you know for years, don't be afraid to say, hey, do you mind if you throwing us a review on our Facebook page? We'd really appreciate it. I did this the other day. I turned, we had a customer who bought a product and it kept melting and shipping because it was going to Las Vegas and it was like 130 degrees. And we sent them a replacement for free. And they're like, hey, do you mind, no pressure here, you don't have to do it, we're still sending you the product. Do you mind going on our Amazon page where you bought that product before and it didn't work out? Do you mind writing us a review? Like, it really helps us. We really appreciate it. And what do you know? The next day there was a wonderful review on Amazon about our great customer service, our great products, and how we handled their situation with love and care. Obviously, to get those great reviews, you have to handle the situations with love and care. So that's another thing. And you're going to get negative reviews. They happen. Don't try and squash them. Try and fix them. Try and interact with them. So again, with Facebook, still short and sweet. Scary thing here is Facebook has the boost. I don't know why I put boast. I'm going to boast on Facebook, I guess. So don't overuse the boost feature. If you really want to get into Facebook advertising and spending money on Facebook, use what's called dark posts, so targeting directly to your audience. There's tons of great blog posts about it, but essentially it just creates an ultra-targeted space for you to promote. You also have ways to drive people directly to your website. There's the Facebook Ads Manager, and if you want to actually spend money on ads, that's where you should live, not by boosting posts that you have. You got LinkedIn, which we had talked about how a lot of people think about how it's dying, but it's very much not at all. The greatest thing about LinkedIn, a trick that I've learned recently, is that if you are writing posts already, go ahead and put those posts on your personal LinkedIn if they're relevant, because then it blasts out to your network automatically. And that's a really great tip for right now. Using your personal LinkedIn to build your own business brand, especially if you're the entrepreneur, is a huge asset. In terms of business pages, I wish I had more for you there. I haven't really found a huge use there beyond LinkedIn groups, which are great to interact with and build your business that way. So it also depends on, is your business business to business or business to consumer, a little mix of both. You got Google Plus. I already mentioned, you want to keep the Google gods happy with their SEO, sharing your post on there, setting up your Google Plus page properly, especially if you have a local business. But the last thing you want to do in your business is to piss off the Google gods. It is just not a good idea at all. Just don't do it. And if you do, just do everything you can to fix that. Because if Google lists your site as malicious, then no one's going to visit it. If Google doesn't see your site at all and doesn't think that it's there, then you're missing the largest search engine of all time. The number 1 search engine is Google. Any guess what the number 2 search engine is? Yes. YouTube is the number 2 search engine. It's not Bing, it's not Yahoo, none of those things. So you got Pinterest. Pinterest is really fun. As I had mentioned, it's a female audience. It's very, very, very powerful for e-commerce with buyable pins where people can buy right on Pinterest. 88% of people purchase a product that they pin. And once they start purchasing from Pinterest and using Pinterest, they do it over and over and over and over and over again. People deeply entrenched in Pinterest love Pinterest, and they just go at it. The funniest thing ever to me is I have a personal Pinterest account and I have a business Pinterest account. That's always a fun thing to navigate when you're hanging out online, trying to keep those accounts separate. My tip is use 2 separate browsers. Me was not doing that at the time. Our most repinned post ever is on my personal account. It's been repinned like several thousand times, and it wasn't even on the business account. But it still got repinned, so I'll take it. It's not like I'm going to delete it now. So we got Instagram, one of my favorites. As we had mentioned, Instagram now has stories. If you already had an audience there, jumping on stories might have been a great idea. Ironically, a day or so before stories launched, we started using Snapchat as Kid Nourishment. It didn't go very well for us. So you're going to have those blunders. We haven't really decided whether you're going to use stories or not. I might give it a shot one of these days, but you don't have to use all the new flashy features of every social media network. But getting in early on them does really great for you. So if you can recognize that a social media network is growing for your following and jumping on it before everyone else is there is a huge asset. Again, the big thing with Instagram is that you can't put clickable links inside posts. But what you can say is, link is in my bio, click there. And that's super effective. But then if they go back later, then they can't really get that link. So make sure you put the link both there and then say link in description, click link in bio. Give them that call to action, but then still make a short link with a service like Bitly, B-I-T-L-Y, to make it clickable and easy. You got Vine, Snapchat, YouTube. We've talked about a ton. Vine is 6-second videos. Snapchat is 10-second videos. And YouTube is unlimited. But please do not go upload like a 3-hour video because no one's going to watch it. The sweet spot for YouTube tends to be like 1 to 3 minutes. Some people would say 3 to 5 minutes. For all of these, it's again about interactive. Vine tends to be a lot more funny or fun content. Snapchat for brands tends to be a lot more behind the scenes or following through the day. YouTube could be any variety, but again, remember that YouTube is the number 2 search engine. So don't be afraid to just take your wonderful mobile device that you have and make sure it's in landscape mode when you're recording.
Yes.
and then just shoot a fun video with your friends and your family talking about the product, or a quick behind the scenes. Those raw, really quick, fun videos are great. You can get really great videos on your iPhone or your Samsung Galaxy device or whatever device you have. The new smartphones have great cameras and great microphones to be able to accomplish that. So you don't have to hire a video production company. And then there's great, really easy editing apps on your phone where you can just clip either side and then, maybe add a background check right inside YouTube with their free service. It's very simple. Just make sure that you're recording in the correct orientation. Otherwise, I will come and find you. Apps for management. You got Buffer, Hootsuite, Sprout Social, TweetDeck, Facebook scheduling. All really great apps. All do very similar things. It's a matter of preference. Right now, I use Sprout Social for managing our social inbox. It's an expensive service. It's like $50 a month. We have so much social coming in, it is totally worth it to make sure I don't miss things. Probably not something you want to start off with. Buffer is really great for creating a queue of tweets that go out, and you can kind of shuffle them up, and then you can see and easily reschedule them. And it always, always, always schedule directly on Facebook when you're scheduling. Don't use another tool to schedule on Facebook. It's just not going to get the reach that it does if you schedule natively on Facebook. TweetDeck and Buffer and Hootsuite all do Facebook, Twitter, those kind of things. When it comes to Instagram, you're just not going to schedule anything. When it comes to Vine, you're not going to schedule anything. When it comes to Snapchat, you're not really going to schedule anything. There's tips and tricks to get around it. In general, it's just better to work within the ecosystem that those apps create rather than trying to get around it. Tools. Canva, really, really great for creating pictures and stuff. Really powerful, has templates all built in, so you can create a quick image. You got Buffer's Pablo, same thing, but a lot more simplified, really great for quotes. You got, I want to say, PictoChart, the way that you can create your own infographics. If you've never seen those are those really long things that have a bunch of information on them and just look really cool. We created one about sunscreen that was really successful. Google Analytics, website stats. I think that's probably been mentioned here at Podcamp to the point where Google's ears are burning down the street and they're just pumped to hear it. It's free for your site up to some insane amount of visitors. It provides you an overwhelming amount of information, but definitely the first thing you should set up on your website. Talkwater Alerts or Google Alerts. This can allow you to monitor the phrase of your business if people are not directly tagging you. If this, then that allows you to create recipes to automatically send content. So for example, if you post a picture on Facebook, then it'll automatically post natively on Instagram. Not necessarily the best idea ever, but there's some really fun recipes in there you can try out. Sometimes for me, it's just about saving content. So I actually save every picture that we get tagged in. Jing for screen recording. We use this as like a customer service tool if someone's confused on how to use the website or a coupon. Dropbox, really great for sharing files. And then my super secret one, followup.cc, allows you to CC this address and easily follow up in emails. It's a bunch more tools. So Pocket allows you to share things and save things for later. Facebook Save obviously shares right inside Facebook, so you can save the stuff for later. It's on a little caret symbol. So this is where you can maybe find content, because you can't always create your own content. Like, that gets insanely difficult. So be sharing other people's content, whether it's your influencers, whether it's your friends and family who do the same thing, whether it's other businesses. If they're creating great content and they align with your values, don't be afraid to share their content. Zeit is a way you can get curated news. So I have like a climbing Zeit, so I can see everything about climbing, since our product has to do a lot with climbing. Reddit has all different sub-communities for different topics. So there's a subreddit for Pittsburgh, there's one for climbing, there's one for skincare. It keeps going on and on. Help a reporter out, get some inquiries from reporters, see if they're asking about anything that they need information from that you can get your business in the press. And then another way to build your social media. Got Buzz Sumo, Twitter List, and Twitter Moments. So Twitter List is a great way to specifically follow people that you want to be able to reply. So I have a bunch of super secret Twitter lists of competitors to see what they're up to, influencers, possible influencers, connections. So those are kind of things. And then Twitter Moments is built right inside Twitter about what's happening now. So, what not to do. Don't set up an automated feed. I think I maybe have gotten through that point in many ways. Don't leave networks unattended. Don't just let it completely run dry and be dead to the world. It just doesn't look good. And then make sure you're consistent about filling out your profiles. Keep your messaging across social networks. Use the same logo or image for each one of your profile pictures so people can recognize you. And then the last slide, sources of information. I'm certainly, as I mentioned, not the foremost expert in social media. I just happen to guess better than most people. I hate the word social media expert, which is what people like to call people all the time. But these are a bunch of people that I like to follow in terms of what's going on in social media. So the Social Media Examiner, entrepreneur.com and their social media section. HubSpot is amazing for marketing and looking at inbound links and targeting. They have a bunch of tools too. Duct Tape Marketing has awesome solutions for free. Free doesn't mean like 100% free. You got to put your time into it. I had already mentioned Gary Vee. He has a bunch of books about social media that are great. Scott Stratton on marketing. He has a really fun video about QR codes that I like to refer to all the time about how QR codes kill kittens. And then Buffer, I had mentioned them as a tool to use. I had mentioned Buffer Pablo. They also happen to have an amazing blog about social media, and they're really good at explaining when new features come out as well. Well, we have made it to the end. We have survived. You made it through, and we even ran over it. You got bonus time as well. So I'll be around for a little while if you guys have more questions or, you want to tell me that I suck or whatever you want to do. Thank you. I'm going to unplug this so you don't read my text messages when I switch to the other screen. That's the fun part about using your own laptop. During that, I kept getting notifications in the corner of text messages. Luckily, they don't show up over there because it's in a special mode, but it's always fun. Looks like there's supposed to be an Evernote for blogging session in here.
That's me.
Uh-huh. You were hanging out here just for that, huh?
No, it's always a good place to get a refresher on this.
Well, thank you for coming around.
No problem at all.
I was wondering, I ran over and I was like, I didn't see anyone, so.
Don't worry about it. We'll make it work, right?
Okay. Very torn on whether I should be in Trello or Slack integration or here.
That sounds actually really interesting.
I'm very upset with Evernote, I can tell you that.
Oh no, we don't like to hear that.
With their plans changing. That was driving me crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people were confused about the whole transition, but I think hopefully the transition is now... Do you want me to just present on here?
You can present on whatever makes you comfortable.
Yeah, let's do it on here. I'm not gonna actually present the notebooks. I'll just...
Do you have anything that restricts you to using a Mac?
No. I'm gonna just open up Mozilla and open up my presentation within Google Slides.
Go for it.
What did it just do for me? There we go.
Last session, I handed out candy.
supported browser gives me a problem. Am I able to use my remote?
Yeah.
Ah, right.
Do you have
Is it
any
this-
audio?
I do not.
And it looks like somebody left that. I'll just take it down to the folks downstairs.
It's got to probably have to install, right? Whatever.
Usually.
Let's see if it's already installed. Nope, it's still.
Go down here and see where we are.
Yeah, it's installed.
They sometimes take their good time. We have a program on here that wipes everything. So it makes
Re-images it all. on
correct.
regular.
So it takes a long time for things like this to install, unfortunately. It has its benefits and its negatives. I suppose if we just skip update, it goes just a little bit faster.
What's the idea? What's good to use? You're probably one. Does it
We're
need
still
to-
waiting for the receiver.
Oh, right.
There we go.
The one second from the right. The icon second from the right. Yeah, the middle one. Wow.
Okay, you ready to rock and roll?
Perfect.
Cool. Good luck.
Thanks.
You just, yeah, they kind of leave you on your own.
Well, we're just gonna.
I mean, I can introduce you if you really want.
I can introduce myself. All ready to rock and roll?
I got my tomatoes ready.
Great.
Do you prefer cherry or green?
Go left and then left. And then left. Just go around this wall thing and you're on the left.
Oh, go for it. I think they. Oh, that was yours. They
Yeah.
actually took that to the front desk.
Oh my gosh.
They thought that a prior presenter left it. All right. So this is blogging and podcasting with Evernote, and I thought I would cover sort of 3 areas: organizing, collaborating, and publishing with Evernote. And I'm going to primarily focus on podcasting here because that makes a little bit more sense for the group. But if you have any questions about blogging, by all means, it's sort of one and the same. I sort of briefly prepared these slides, so forgive any detriment to your knowledge here. So I'll start off with a story. So I got started in the podcasting world because I started listening to podcasts a long time ago, and I got really interested in the idea of being able to be out of sync with terrestrial radio and still gain information. And so back in about 2003, 2004, I knew podcasting was something of interest, and then I had the luxury in 2011 to get this really great idea that I would create these short snippets. So I'm a productivity enthusiast. Some might call me a productivity geek, but I thought, well, it'd be really cool if I actually, for my own purposes, produce these little 2-minute snippets of audio that would remind me about productivity principles that I thought were really important to myself. This was purely self-interest. So I went out there and I started recording these audio points, and I run the 2 largest getting things done or productivity meetups in the United States, one in DC and one in New York City. And some of the folks there, they said, hey, would you mind publishing these items? And I thought, well, okay, sure, I'll netcast it. I'll throw it into a podcast and then you guys can download it. Well, over the course of a couple of years, and as you can see by the statistics that I just pulled up this morning, I've had about 2.16 million downloads, and sort of like it just sort of exploded in its own right. And I've never really tried, as you could probably see by the chart here. I haven't published in a couple months, for example. I just publish whenever I want to. I put out items. I'm roughly around episode 90 something, so I'll hit 100 soon. And so ProdPod was born just out of my own interest in being able to do that. And then along came this, and Productivity Book Group is a podcast where it's basically a virtual book club. So I get together with people. Anyone is welcome to read the book of the month. We get together and we basically talk about a productivity book. And I choose all the books. I'm pretty monarchical about it. People make suggestions. I go ahead and do that. And as you can see, it's a much smaller downloadership, readership, subscribership. But the whole idea behind Productivity Book Group is to have a very tight-knit community of people who go ahead and listen to podcasts. So I've always been interested in the world and interested in the field, and so I was sort of thrust into this world of doing all that. In the process of that, I am a productivity coach and a consultant to small businesses primarily who want to learn about how to use web, mobile, social technologies in order to market and manage their businesses. And so in 2015, I became one of a cohort that became an Evernote certified consultant. So I became an Evernote certified consultant in 2015, and I thought it was just a great ability to offer to small businesses new tools that they could use. And Evernote, for those of you who don't know, is this great note-taking software, and it's a robust tool that allows you to be able to integrate with dozens and dozens of other tools out there. And you might think of a similar technology software like Microsoft's OneNote, and some people sometimes relate this to Google Keep, but it's really not. And so I became an Evernote certified consultant, and it's been really fun learning more about Evernote and its ways in which you can utilize it in all kinds of ways. And one of those is blogging and podcasting. For those of you who don't know me, I'm also one of the 30 Google Small Business Advisors. So Google Small Business, which is the office that helps small businesses at Google, I'm one of the 30 Small Business Advisors, and my specialty, of course, is productivity. And so we're available for free. If you just want to go over to the advertiser community on Google+, you'll see the Google Small Business section. If you have any questions about Google, small business, ask the questions, and we are there to answer those questions for you. I also happen to be a Hootsuite brand ambassador, so I know the prior gentleman was talking about Hootsuite and so forth, so if you have any questions about social media, I'm happy to answer those as well. So Evernote itself has approximately 200 million users as of its last public notification of its user base, and approximately 25% of those are US-based users. So we have about 50 million active users in the States. And so Evernote's a very, very large product, and we know that about 70% of those people are using Evernote for professional purposes. So what I love about Evernote is that I usually know another Evernote user in almost every client that I work with, right? There's always someone who's used it and they love it or hate it, right? And I actually really like that because I love people who love it, and I love to convert people who hate it to loving it, because it's always a matter of not understanding how the tool works or even understanding its limitations, right? So if I can help someone understand that something can give you 80% of the benefit of utilizing it, and there are many other people who are also utilizing that tool, then you're likely going to be able to get the best of value out of that tool. If you can only marginally improve their world by 20%, right, sort of playing on Pareto principles, the Pareto principle, you're really not going to get very much out of that person. So I really love that reality that we all are seemingly using it. Evernote is a really flexible product, and as Evernote likes to talk about it as sort of the modern workspace, because of its ability to not only integrate with so many things, but it's just an easy product that works across many different platforms. So you can find Evernote on your mobile phone, you can find it on your tablet, you can find it on a laptop or a desktop computer, you can find it on Windows and Mac, and while not official products, you can get an Evernote Linux client as well and utilize Evernote there. And where you can't, you can use Evernote Web, which is the desktop browser version of Evernote. A little bit more limited, but still a very robust product itself. Evernote comes in 4 different flavors. 3 of them are on screen. Evernote comes in a basic product, and that's a free product that Evernote provides you with the ability to use, pretty much 80% of what Evernote can do all there in a free product. If you go to evernote.com, you can go ahead and sign up for that. Then Evernote steps you up to Plus. Plus gives you a more broadband in terms of how much you can upload monthly. And so Evernote itself is designed around how much you upload monthly, not how much storage is in Evernote. So where you would have like a Dropbox or a Google Drive that says you have 5 gigabytes of allotment, and that's all you can hold in there ever without paying more in order to have more access. Evernote doesn't do that. They say how much are you uploading monthly, and no matter how much you have uploaded, that's not the allotment that they care about. You could have 60, 90, 100 gigabytes of data in there. It's only what you're uploading that really matters to them. So you get higher monthly uploads, and you get to sync across more than 2 devices. So with Evernote Basic, you are limited to the number of devices you're on. Then we go up to Premium. Premium is basically the unlimited version of Evernote, if you want to call it that, but there are limitations even to that. But pretty much, if you are a power user of Evernote, you would go to a premium version. And so premium versions come with either the standalone version here or with a bundled sort of perspective with a product called Evernote Business. And Evernote Business is the tool that Evernoters use when they are running an entire company, and using Evernote with that. So as an Evernote Business Administrator, you are then allowed to create accounts underneath yourself, and every person who has an Evernote account under an Evernote Business Plan also is an Evernote Premium user, okay? And so you get paired up with that as well. So you get all the benefits of Evernote Premium and then access to collaborative notebooks and all kinds of other kinds of things. The Evernote Business is primarily for the business trying to control their information and having shared notebooks within this area Evernote calls the library. Okay, so that's what that's all about. So what I really love about Evernote, and this is going to keep bothering me, so I'm just going to get in front of it. So Evernote is something that just allows you to be able to capture anything, anywhere, okay? And probably there should be an asterisk there about anything, because you can't capture anything, but almost everything that you would want to capture. And you could do it across your mobile. There goes a mock-up of the Nexus 5, and you can capture directly in your mobile phone, and you can capture on your tablet or phone in any way, shape, or form. And it can capture everything. So you can capture audio. You can take photographs. You can take a handwritten page in a notebook and capture that. And the beauty of Evernote is that it then scans that page or piece of document or text and then indexes that information so that you're able to search across all of those, whether it be an image of something or a PDF or text. It's going to look across that to be able to pull that information together for you. So it's a very powerful tool in its ability to go ahead and do that. It also has the ability to put almost any file in there. So you can take a code snippet and throw that in there. You can take an audio file, small video files, the native video file. You can actually put them into Evernote. It just goes up to the limit of the size of the storage of that particular note. So Evernote has specific storage limits for both the note and how much you can upload every month. So it just depends on the size of those things. But if you're in a meeting and you want to take notes but also record the audio of the note, it's easy. You just open up your computer, turn on the audio note, it starts recording the audio of the meeting, and you can take notes as you go through it. So very, very simple and seamless way in which you can capture a lot of stuff. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Next up is the ability to scan all kinds of documentation, and I'll talk about this in a little bit more, but specifically, Evernote has created, built into the application, a deep integration with LinkedIn. And so what Evernote does is, with any account that's a Plus or more, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's Evernote Plus and Premium or above plans, you actually have access to link your LinkedIn account. You scan your business card, and literally scanning a business card is as simple as placing it on a contrast background, opening up Evernote. It automatically recognizes that it's a business card, scans the business card, lifts the text from the business card, identifies it as someone on LinkedIn or not, and then pulls that data into a contact record within Evernote as a new note. You get to make sure all that information is correct. You can add notes and then save it, and now that person's captured into your contacts and is linked to a LinkedIn profile. So it's a very, very deep integration. You can force it then to create a new contact record on your phone, so it has the ability to go ahead and do that as well. So lots of really, really powerful tools. And again, it can do document scanning and all kinds of other fun things. Really, this depends on the quality of your phone. So just be aware that if you have a phone with not so great a processor or not so great a camera, you're going to have some issues. But otherwise, you can capture a lot of stuff in there. And so I really like it for the business card scanning just by itself. All right, next is it can clip web pages, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit as well. But you have the ability to go ahead and use your browser as a primary capture point across many different browsers. So from Safari to Chrome to Firefox and Microsoft Edge and Internet Explorer, you can go ahead and just grab all of those kinds of things out of there. Evernote also has now an Evernote Outlook clipper, so you're allowed to grab email from Outlook and drag those into Evernote as well. So as you're collaborating in a podcast environment and really wanting to work with people, you have the ability to really capture almost in every capacity from mobile to desktop. Evernote has this really wonderful feature called Context, and those, again, for Plus and Premium, I believe, users only, you get the ability to actually find new information. It resurrects information both from the web, but also from your own notes. So I tend to categorize Evernote as my extended mind. Okay, and there's a whole community of people that sort of talk about this idea of extension of the mind. That is that your brain is bad for holding ideas. It's really good for having ideas and processing information. We are cognitive creatures. We were really bad at memory, okay? So what Evernote does for me is it allows me to just externalize my mind, and now it's my database of information. I don't need to remember very much other than to know to look to Evernote for the things that I need. And context is one of those things that's really powerful. So if I'm looking at a note and it says, oh, I've got a note here within a meeting, meeting notes with Alexander Rose, it can go ahead and find that LinkedIn profile and summon it for me so that I'm aware that he has a LinkedIn profile, and now I can see who he's the executive director of and all kinds of other information. It looks across several other databases, including New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and others, for being able to surface that information and display it to you for things. So if you're researching for your blog or podcast, just by putting a couple of search terms in your own notes, Evernote's going to pull that information in for you. So it can be very, very useful. It's actually the gentleman who walked out. He was sitting here, and he's looking for you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
He's the one who did this session yesterday. So I'm trying to remember. Oh, okay.
There you go.
He's here? Oh, all right.
He's walking around, yeah. And so the great part is, as you can see here, this found from context, the feature found this Wall Street Journal article, and then you can basically open it up, and if you want to, you can immediately save that article into Evernote, into the notebook that you're in. So in a lot of ways, it's like sort of like a little mini research assistant. As you're doing more research and you put more data into Evernote, Evernote gets smarter about the things that you want, and it's able to then present it for you for pulling into Evernote in that way. Evernote also has WorkChat. WorkChat is a very simple mechanism for being able to have conversations in a collaborative environment and then sharing notes about that conversation, or sharing notes about, having conversation about a note that you're sharing. It's very, very simple, and I mean simple. Do not attempt to make this your Slack or anything else like that. This is literally for simple sharing and simple conversation. It's not a WhatsApp, it's not any of those things. And people who tend to try and use them as such fail at it, and they get angry at Evernote, and it's not Evernote's fault. Evernote's WorkChat is just for simple sharing of messages and simple sharing of notes. Do not try to make it more, okay? It will really, really frustrate you. So what it does is, at least on the desktop version here, you can see it gives you this little pop-up window where you can go ahead and share a note. This blue link right here is a note that Phil Libin, who's the former CEO, has shared with one of his staffers, and then they can just basically have a quick conversation about that particular note. All right, so note that these conversations are not captured inside the body of the note. They are its own separate independent conversation thread. When this chat is deleted, if it were to be deleted, it goes bye-bye. It does not exist anymore, okay? So don't reach out to Evernote support and say, oh my gosh, I had this thread and we put all this great information in the thread and then we deleted the conversation, now it's gone. It is really, truly gone, sorry. If you want real content, put them in the notes. This is a simple chat thread. This is not for tracking and organizing and those kinds of things. It's literally just to say, hey, did you get it? Yes, great, all right, bye. That's all it's for, okay? All right, Evernote has a suite of other products beyond just the Evernote app, and I think a lot of people forget that it has these tools or don't know that they do, so I like to cover them really quickly. Scannable is my favorite of the other Evernote products. If you're on iOS, Scannable is a scanning tool, and so instead of scanning using the Evernote app itself, you have a dedicated app to scanning. So if you're on iOS, like I said, you're capable of then opening up the scannable app. It automatically engages the camera for your phone, and it automatically detects whatever document it's looking at. So whether you open it up and there's a business card on the table, if you open it up and there's a sheet of paper or a book that's open, Evernote Scannable goes ahead and identifies what that sheet is, and then is able to scan it in the proper format, decide on whether it should be color, should be non-color, be black and white, or if it should be rendered as a business card, and that data should be lifted from it. Okay, so it automatically does all that stuff for you. It then synchronizes with your Evernote account and puts that stuff in an Evernote notebook that you've chosen. Sketch is a markup tool. It allows you to annotate either PDFs or images that are in your account, and then that again also synchronizes with Evernote. A lot of the functions that Sketch once had as a standalone app, notice I put Mac only, because Sketch, all of this, most of it, is now built into the Evernote app itself. So all the things that Sketch does, if you have a Windows computer or if you have a tablet or something else, you can likely do everything I'm talking about here using the Evernote app. However, if you are on your Mac and you want to just have a tool just for annotating, Sketch is a really great tool. The web clipper I've already talked about, and I'll show you that in a little bit. And then penultimate is the iPad-only version of sort of a Moleskine. It's a high-end application built for taking handwritten notes on a digital screen, and that stuff is then again translated into an Evernote note. Okay? Very, very powerful tool. So this is scannable in action. As I showed you, you can go ahead and look at a document, literally just put it on the table, and it automatically identifies the document. You'll see it panning over it, identifying the edges of the document, and then it'll automatically capture that and turn that into whatever it is. Notice it can take multiple pages at one time, so you can scan an entire report, just keep turning pages over, having it look at it, it'll auto-scan it, turn over the page, it'll auto-scan, and just keep going. So it can be a very, very quick workflow, especially if you're dealing with, say you have a podcast about something that's historical reference and you're looking at microfiche or other kinds of things, or you're in the library and looking at newspaper articles, you can go ahead and quickly and easily scan those documents and move on with your day. The web clipper is a very, very powerful tool with its own set of limitations, but for the most part, I really love the web clipper because of this function here. This little pop-up window, pretty much in every browser, it's pretty similar in most browsers. I just want to go through this because it's really, really cool stuff. So if you come to a web page, right, you just, the Wall Street Journal, this would not appear, but you go to a specific article on the Wall Street Journal's website, and what it does is it automatically identifies the title. It pulls that from the meta tags in the HTML, and it identifies the title and it auto titles it there. You can of course change that title to whatever you'd like to allow it to be keyword rich for finding later and to be what you want it to be. From this perspective, you then get to clip it in different formats. And so the different formats are article. Article basically is it identifies the HTML code that identifies the body of the article, and you're then given that sort of code intact. And then the one that's displayed on screen here is what's called simplified article. And what that does is it actually exempts all of the CSS associated with it. So in the body tag of the article on the web page, it says what's in the body, let's strip out the CSS and just make it all plain text with normal HTML tags, basically standard HTML. So you can see that the title page gets an H1 tag, this gets an H2, and then all that stuff going down. But it retains links and other things, okay? So even though you're using and stripping out things, you're still keeping some of the really good stuff. But sometimes a page just doesn't look right because, a website will have like JavaScript and some Ajax this and that, sort of overlaying the page, and it kind of mucks up the ability for you to be able to capture the real data you want. Evernote gives you this ability to override that and just use a simplified look. Full page is basically looking at the entire page, and it just downloads, it pulls in as much of the HTML as it can that's rendered in your browser. It is not going to be perfect, folks. So if someone has a very complex CSS structure, or if they have nested CSS or CSS that's external to the site and otherwise, it creates all kinds of problems for Evernote to be able to render that. So don't expect a full page to always look proper. Really you have to play with the different views, and literally you can live click through these. So you can just click through and see which one looks best for you and then pull the one there. Bookmark creates literally a bookmark. It takes the title of the page and then the meta description from the HTML code again, and gives you a link to the page and creates this little tiny note that's just a link out to it. You're capable of always adding your own notes. That's the add remark here. You can just add your own notes and own tag and choose a notebook. And then finally, screenshot. So if you absolutely need exactly what's on screen to look exactly the way you want it to, you can just have Evernote screenshot it. And so it'll look exactly as it is. Now it doesn't go ahead and pan down and screenshot the entire page. It will literally just take what's on and visible on the screen. There are other tools that I can explain that do that for you, so let me know if that's the case. Organizing, you can go ahead and choose notebooks here. So if you have multiple notebooks you want to share to, so like I would recommend having a reference folder, a reference notebook in your Evernote account specifically for your podcast or blog, and you would go ahead and add this to your reference. Or if it's for a specific podcast episode, you would then add it to your account and then go ahead and copy and paste it into that particular relevant note. Tags, there's many ways in which you can organize with tags, and I'll talk about that when I get to organizing. You can add your own notes, and this is your options button where you can log in and out of your Evernote account and change the way in which this web clipper works. But this is a very powerful tool, so just get used to working with and around it, and you'll be pretty happy with the tool in general.
The thing I love about that tool is 9 times out of 10 it'll guess what notebook it wants to go to,
Yes.
and it's usually right.
Yeah, so it has auto-filing turned on, and so the things you need to know about auto-filing is that when you turn auto-filing on, it not only identifies for purposes of this functionality of deciding, sort of guessing where it should go and putting that into the appropriate notebook, but it's also connected to the way in which you email documents into Evernote as well. So there's a little bit of connection there in terms of learning. And they're independent features, I think, but you're capable of deciding on those too. But yeah, the more you put in Evernote and the more you use the tools, the better it knows about you. Penultimate, I already explained, but these are basically, you take notes, you can write, you can draw, you can do all kinds of really cool stuff, but if you're really into handwritten notes, you can go ahead and engage with Penultimate, and it's a great product for that. Evernote has something called the App Center, which used to be called the Evernote Market, and so what this does, I'm sorry, the Evernote Trunk, so it used to be called the Trunk. And so the Evernote App Center is basically where you can integrate with all kinds of other products. For example, New York Times Cooking, this is a cookbook, and every time you go to the New York Times Cooking site, you can go ahead and literally lift recipes directly out and it automatically synchronizes to Evernote. There's literally a big green button that says Save to Evernote on the New York Times website, and it just pulls those recipes into your notebook. Feedly is a blog reader, Cloud Magic is a fantastic email software, Pocket is a read later app, If is a web automation tool, so is Zapier. Then of course you have news outlets and project management applications like Smartsheet and so on and so forth. But pretty much in the App Center there's a little bit of everything, from productivity to all kinds of other really stuff. Physical products as well. Fujitsu's ScanSnap iX500, for instance, is a great tool that has an Evernote edition. You put a document in, it scans both sides almost instantaneously, and then has it synchronized to Evernote. So lots of really great functions within the App Center. Evernote is also is Android Wear and Apple Watch ready, so you get those additions as well, so you can mark things done, see things that are coming up with reminders, and really make a great workflow of the reminder functions within Evernote. So in the time that I had, I decided to talk about sort of 3 overarching pieces about Evernote: organizing, collaborating, and then publishing with the Evernote platform. So I just wanted to cover Evernote in terms of an organizing tool, because many times what we tend to see with Evernote is that it's sort of a blank canvas. You get Evernote, and then you don't know really quite what to do with it. But if you start to think about Evernote as a series of notebooks that you can physically stack on the table, but that you can then also search digitally, then you start to get a better idea of how it really works. So first and foremost, you need to build a capture habit when it comes to Evernote. That is, whenever you think, gosh, I should keep this, just decide to put it in Evernote, right? Because the more numbers of Post-its and notebooks that you have sitting around, I'm not looking at any one particular person in the room, the more places you have to put things, the less likely you are to be able to aggregate that on the fly and to know what it is that you need to find, know where it is that you need to find something, okay? So using Evernote as just a capture tool, I'm going to talk about it in all these ways and wanting you to use it cohesively, but really the recommendation is to use it in the areas in which you feel weakest or feel strongest. because you're going to get the most benefit from it from the start in that way. So if you feel like you get the most benefit from shoring up a weakness, then you're going to see Evernote excel there. If you see it where you're already strong but you just don't have a tool for that, a digital tool for that, then Evernote's going to be able to satisfy you there, and you're going to get the most bang for your buck, and then you can shore up the weaknesses later. So I just like the capture habit concept. Whatever it is I need to capture, Evernote's the first place it's going to go, because I just know that's where my brain is. The rest of my mind is in there, and I don't have to think about it anymore. Because if I need to find it again, I just search, and it's there. Or I've structured it in a way that makes it work for me. So I lift out one item here. I'm going to talk about tags also. But Evernote is designed, again, like I said, like think about a set of notebooks where you write in each of those notebooks, and each of those notebooks is a particular topic or area of your life. So in this particular case, podcast, name of your podcast or the name of your blog, and that's a notebook. And each sheet in your notebook can hold anything digital. So it can hold text, it can hold video, it can hold a zip file, it can hold a Microsoft Word document. It integrates with Google Drive, so you can throw a Google Drive link in there, and it'll show the Google Drive document, so you can link back out to it to edit. And so you can pretty much put whatever you want in the notes. Basically, the pages are these digital renders of whatever you want, right? And you put those sheets into your notebook, and then you're able to stack them. So you can put them in a stack, right? So you can have your podcast stack. And so I typically recommend you have, your blog notebook, then you have maybe drafts or, episodes in progress, ones that you're scripting or otherwise. Then you might have one that's reference, so podcast reference, and so on and so forth. And now you have these, people have guest blogs. You can have a guest posts notebook. And so now you have a series of notebooks, and all you do is put them under one stack, and now you're able to look at them all in that context of having, okay, this is all podcast stuff, all right? And so you can shrink it and expand it and have that information connected together. Tags are special. Sure, question?
Sorry, I have gone back and forth on Evernote and OneNote for years, and I've stuck with OneNote because of being able to create subsections. I didn't know about stacks, and I'm looking at the app right now. How do you do stacks?
Yeah, sure. So
that might fix it.
Yeah, so on the desktop app, you actually create the stack. Okay. Because you have to actually drag one notebook on top of the other notebook, and then it will actually create and it'll basically say, stack name, and then you'll basically create that stack.
Okay.
Once you've created the stack, you can only have one stack, so you can't have two sets of stack or nested stacks. You can only have one stack, one set of notebooks, right? And then you can create multiple stacks, but only you can't nest one stack under another. So, if you have podcast, right? Now you have podcast, and then you have the podcast where you publish your posts. Right. You have that notebook, and then you have reference, and you have guest blogs, whatever else notebooks you have, and then you have that underneath. And so you're capable of moving those notebooks so that they are wherever you want. So if you want your guest blog posts at the very bottom, or your reference all the way at the bottom, you can actually organize that in whatever way you want. Once you've done that, though, you can actually add on the mobile device. You can add any notebook to a stack and move it around.
You just have to create the initial stack.
You have to create the initial stack on the desktop, at least as far as I'm aware. Otherwise, it should be.
I'm seeing where it's like show stacks, but I'm not finding anything to create.
Yeah. So if you're in notebooks, and you're in the notebook itself, then yeah, I'm almost certain that you have to do it on the desktop.
Okay.
But
Yeah, that was something that's always been a sticking point for me with Evernote. So
yeah, I'm almost certain you have to create it on the desktop version.
Cool.
Yeah, I think you do. But once you do, you'll see the stack, and then you're able to then move them around and add a notebook to a stack and move it around in the organization of it. So, but it's a really, really powerful tool in terms of being able to create that stack. Stacks cannot be shared. Notebooks can be shared, and individual notes can be shared, but stacks cannot. They are structured within your own system and cannot be shared as of right now. The tags now. So this ends up being a conversation of how you organize things to work best for you. You can either do this from a folder perspective, which is notebooks, and the traditional perspective that we understand when we look at, say, a Windows or Mac computer, Apple Finder, or Windows Explorer, where you have a notebook a folder structure, and it's hierarchical and so on and so forth. in essence, you could have one notebook in Evernote and literally use tags as a complete architecture for going ahead and searching for everything and organizing everything. You can use all notebooks and stacks and no tags and be just as fine, okay? So it ends up being how you actually want to manufacture these things. You're limited to a certain number of notebooks and a certain number of stacks and a certain number of tags within the Evernote system, depending upon your level of subscription and the system itself. So you just have to be aware of that. It's more than most people would ever create, but there have been a few people who have reached literally the tag limit or the notebook limits. 255 notebooks, for instance, is a lot of notebooks, but that's the limit Evernote has imposed upon you. And there have been people who have said, like, I create a notebook for every project, and now I've exceeded that number. So there are people who have done it. I don't know why you would have 255 notebooks, but think about that in a physical perspective. That's a lot of notebooks. So anyway, you start to think about how you're going to actually organize Evernote: notes, notebooks, stacks, and tags. Right? I'm not going to try and go into many more detail than that, other than to say you've got to decide on how it's organized, think about it, and then use it consistently. Right? So it could work for you and not for anyone else, but as long as you use it consistently, you're good to go. Okay? So it's all about consistent use of those. So don't start tagging things that belong in a notebook and leaving it in somewhere else in Evernote. Really think about, okay, if I'm always going to tag this as draft and leave that in the notebook that's for your podcast, great, that's fine. Right? So if you tag things by the state in which they are, tagging as draft, tagged as recorded but unpublished, recorded raw, and then edited, and then scheduled to published, and those are what tell you what episodes are in flux. Great. Or you can create a notebook structure, putting notes in the notebook where they are in the stage toward production. But don't try to do both of those, because that's going to confuse you, right? Is this tagged as draft, or is this in the draft notebook? Then it becomes confusing. So use one and stick to it. All right? Yes?
If you choose one and after 3 months you're like, oh, I get it now, I really should have done it the other way, can you convert?
Absolutely. You can select multiple notes and convert all of those things. Literally, you can move them all from one notebook to another, and you can actually multi-tag. So you can select a series of notes, tag them all as one thing, and then go on with your day. Okay? Yeah. So you can always use multi-selection to be able to do that. The only problem is if you delete things and then purge your trash. That's the one thing you can't do. And if you delete a notebook, notebooks are permanent deletions. So the notes of a notebook that's been deleted will move to the trash bin. They're not deleted, they're moved to the trash bin, and the notebook goes away. So whatever modifications you've made to that notebook, which aren't really many modifications, that is sharing and the title. That's pretty much the only two modifications you can make to a notebook. Those go away. So you have to recreate the notebook. That notebook now does not exist anymore. In the background, Evernote creates a special ID for that notebook. So if you share that with anyone else, it's gone. And if you recreate it with the same name, it's still a different ID. So there's that little function. But you can still capture the notes that have been deleted and move them back. Next is building workflows. So if you're going to organize for process, decide on what the big stages of publishing are for you with your podcast. So you can decide, okay, first I come up with an idea, right? So I might have some ideation process. Then I go ahead and move that ideation process to organizing. Then I decide based on what I've researched. So I have some research time. I organize that research. I then come up with a draft. I then maybe script it for the podcast. I then record it. Maybe I bring in some collaborators. We go into editing once the final raw audio is done. And I'm going to have some editing time, then I'm going to schedule it for publication, and then I'm going to publish it, and then I'm going to syndicate that out to social media and to wherever else I send it by email and otherwise. So you have these natural, points. Decide on what that workflow is and how it looks matched to your notes, notebooks, and stacks. So for example, with blogging, for instance, I tend to move notes from one notebook to another because it's just very easy for me to think, oh, okay, now this belongs in that notebook. And it's just a nice flow, sort of like Trello, right? On a Trello board, if anybody knows what Trello is, it's sort of Kanban style, sort of moving the nuggets from one place to another, right? It's like almost like a conveyor belt, and it feels like a physical movement for me as opposed to changing a tag which doesn't do very much for me. I guess it's not enough of a dopamine kick to make me feel benefited for, but I feel like if I moved from notebook to notebook, I've done myself a service. Next is getting to know the search. So search is very different on desktop and mobile for Evernote. So for example, some things are static searches, some things are Boolean. Evernote has a wonderful set of help articles on how search actually works on desktop and mobile. The only thing I can tell you is, in this short time, is that they're different. So just be aware that they're different. Know that you can usually find almost everything that you need within either search, but there's once in a while when you're going to search for a PDF that isn't properly OCR'd in your eyes, because Evernote doesn't OCR everything within a PDF document, or sometimes an image. You think your text, handwritten text, is really wonderful and beautiful, but it's really tough to identify some handwritten notes, and therefore those words won't always be searchable. Again, I'm still always astonished that some of the things that Evernote can find, even when my handwritten notes are, I still do old style cursive. I could have been a Gregorian, like a monk in a prior age, but I still do long handwritten text, and my cursive is typically picked up by Evernote fairly well. Again, you would imagine that it wouldn't do cursive at all, but sometimes it picks it up and it knows. And I'm usually pretty astonished when that happens. Jonathan?
Would I was thinking, like, if I wanted to maybe write something very legibly, like a little tag, and then just do my scribbles after, and just probably won't pick that up as much as I try. If I really want to make this beginning like very.
That's an advanced, that's definitely an advanced function that I coach people on, which is if you're going to do it in cursive, or if you're going to have really bad handwriting, at the bottom of every page or the top of every page, just like take that few moments to write 2 to 3 words, and really that's all it needs is 2 to 3 words that are keywords for being able to be indexed by the Evernote tool. Evernote takes 4 hours to index a PDF, so it could take up to 4 hours for a PDF to be imaged and OCR'd, and that's the same thing with some images. It can take some time. They prioritize premium users over Plus and Basic, so just know that if you're a premium user, you'll get that first, and then otherwise. So sometimes people say, oh, I put a note in my Evernote and it's not finding it, and it's like, well, you put it in there 5 minutes ago. That takes time for the servers to go ahead and index it. So also be aware of that as well. But yeah, a couple keywords on the page can really go a long way if you have very, very poor handwriting, or if you write in another language. So for example, we have a lot of Evernote users. Like I said, we have 200 million users around the world, and many of them obviously are not using Evernote in English. But they may be working with American companies and will list their Evernote account as English, but then write in another language, and they will actually write a few English words as keywords on the pages that are being pulled into Evernote. So that's organizing, and then we come up to collaborating with Evernote. So I really love collaborating with Evernote for a number of reasons, mostly because it gets me to evangelize, to proselytize Evernote to the people with whom I'm working. But you don't actually have to. With Evernote, you're able to share within Evernote for people who already use Evernote. They're just going to get an Evernote link and be taken to the note in their own system, or they'll be taken to actually the web, and they'll be able to go ahead and save that Evernote note to their own notebook for collaboration purposes. And that's the vast majority of ways that people try to share with Evernote. But it doesn't stop there, right? So if you're in Evernote, it gives you a share function. You drop down and you can email to folks and you can send it to them. What they're going to get in an email is a stock email from Evernote that basically says, download Evernote and then access the note. That can be very frustrating for some people because they don't want to install a new piece of software and blah, 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 blah. Enter the copy and paste a public link tool, which is fantastic for that kind of situation where you just want to share data with someone and not actually have to paste it. Now, going back to this, there is an ability within Evernote to actually email a copy of a note, okay? What that means is it actually pastes the content of the note into the email and does not actually share the note with that person. So you do have that function. So you have that in there. But if you really want to collaborate on the note with that person, there is an ability to do that by emailing the note within Evernote. Then you have the paste a public link. Public link can scare some people from a security perspective. You think, oh my gosh, I'm making this public. These are not indexed links by Google or any other search engine. Okay, so they're non-indexed links, no follow, no index links. But what the public link does is it gives a static page on the intranet that anyone with that link can click on and then access that note, so they can see the information that you're publishing. I do this with I have a guest show, sort of a guest guide. If you're going to be on my podcast, these are really the instructions for how you would do that, and it takes walks them through sort of basic things. Like you probably don't want to have sugary water before you get on the podcast because of all the phlegm and coughing. It's not really good for people, right? Good microphone suggestions, other things of testing. There's basic things. I just put the link out there, and now I give them the public link, and they can access that information. And the great part is now every time I update my Evernote note, say I come up with a new tidbit I'd like to share with them, the next guest is going to see the updated note, same public link, and I don't have to change anything. The other way that you can share notes is through an email address using work chat, okay? So for example, I have a colleague where we have an ongoing work chat and we regularly share new notes with one another. And so I can see a string in the thread of all the chats, of the chat thread and all the notes that we've been sharing with one another. So it's very easy just to sort of like share something with her. I know that she has Evernote on her phone and on her desktop. I have it on my phone and my desktop, and we're capable of collaborating together on that.
That work chat the same as that simple one you mentioned earlier?
Yes, it's the same tool. It's the same tool. And again, it's purely for that simple sharing, simple collaboration.
You
and
leave it open? You would leave it like open?
It's not actually. It doesn't actually stay. I mean, yes, you can have the window stay open, but I never keep it open.
I was just thinking whenever you mentioned about delete it, everything's gone.
Yeah, you have to actually delete the chat thread altogether. So you have to right-click on the chat thread, delete this conversation, and then it deletes. So it just stays there, and it's just a running conversation. But I've had conversations with her in the work chat, but it's not probably the best place to have an in-depth conversation with her because that's just not where you would have that. And she's actually my collaborator with the Evernote DC user group. So I'm always talking to her about when the next event's going to be, who's our guest hosts, those kinds of things. That's not stuff I put in the work chat. I'm going to put that in the note and say, check the note, because if the work chat dies, then so does all of this history of what we've talked about. So I never want to do that. But it's easy and really quick for me to share it with her because I know she's an Evernote user. So if you know that person's an Evernote user, work chat's really quick and seamless.
With just under collaboration, since you mentioned Google before, you say this is a better platform and medium to have a collaborative work experience as opposed to Google Drive, or are they kind of two separate things?
Very, very different animals. For example, if we were working on a very long document that wasn't more project-oriented, so say we were working on an annual report together, that is definitely something where you would want to use Google Drive, Google Docs, and Google Slides, with maybe even Google Sheets and Google Slides, potentially using Microsoft Office 365 and OneDrive connectivity in the background, or if you have an Exchange server using, if you have a SharePoint server using SharePoint as a basis as well. So collaboration and the different sizes of infrastructure in the company is really going to be tantamount. If you're a solopreneur or you're a small office, then you might just have a couple of Evernote Premium user accounts, and that's just enough for you to be able to manage all of those things internally. Remember, you can take a Word document and throw it into Evernote, and it's still a Word document. You open it, it's going to open up Word, you're going to edit it, save it, it'll save right back to Evernote within the note and be fully okay. If everyone has that shared access, they can all open up that note with the Word document in it, or PowerPoint presentation, or Keynote, or whatever, and edit it. It'll just save back to Evernote. So you can save it for document storage within a note, but it just depends on how complex you're really trying to get. I think you can do a lot with Evernote alone without ever having a Google Drive. But is that really a reality of the world? Some people use Google, some people use Microsoft, some people are using completely extant tools. Decide on how you're going to operate based on the reality of your own situation. So for example, in my world of work, I have Dropbox, I have Box, I have SugarSync, I have all kinds of other tools that other people will be like, well, why do you use that? And I'm like, because I have clients who use it. So I need to. I just need to be able to collaborate with them, and that's the best way to do it. Would I love to use only Evernote all the time in Google Drive? Yeah, probably. But it's just not going to happen. So I have to have a Microsoft OneDrive account, and people share things with me there, right? I just have to remember to capture those links to those documents so that I can put those in Evernote, because that's where I'm tracking and maintaining the project support. So I know that it's in there, and I know I'm going to click on the link, it's going to take me out to OneDrive, fine, it's there. But Evernote gives me that ability to sort of pull all that collaborative tool and all those collaborative pieces together in one.
Are these notes exportable at all? And if so, in what formats other than PDF?
Sure. So this actually exports in .enex format, which is basically an XML file. You can actually also export it as HTML, and you can actually dump a JSON file through a tool called EverDump. It'll basically take the entire database and otherwise and dump it out. Now, the ENEX file, of course, doesn't have the native notes within them. It is literally just an XML file, so it's an index. So very different than an RSS XML file, which would have content. And so you have on your desktop the notes themselves in a database folder, and then the index within Evernote. So you always have to remember you're backing up. If you're going to back up the tool or export it outside of it, you're going to want both of those pieces in order to do so. Okay. There is a wonderful Microsoft OneNote export tool that will import the Evernote database into OneNote. I've heard mixed results with regard to what actually gets, some of the things get purged, right? So nested items, some of the dates get sort of skewed, and so there are some things you need to watch out for.
I was more thinking from a podcaster standpoint, we often start off with some outlines, which then turn into our own show notes, which then turn into the show notes that go into a blog, and trying to get people from their Evernote or their OneNote over to their Byword or their Ulysses to do their markdown out to WordPress to create their show notes. That's kind of where I was.
Well, I'm going to get to that in a moment, and that's going to no because what you're talking about is what I traditionally say to people is if you're going to try and publish show notes and you're not using Evernote as the backbone to do it, publish it to the public link, click on the public link, and now you're looking at it in the browser.
Right.
Then you just highlight and copy and paste the text from the browser, and you pretty much have all the code resonant to be able to paste into a WordPress or wherever else you're going to be able to post into. So you can actually take your show notes directly from that public link. Then you stop the publishing of that link if you don't want it to. So publishing with Evernote comes in a couple of different flavors, and mind you, I don't use Evernote as my publishing platform for a podcast, but I'm going to show you that you can do it. So you can publish either by emailing posts into WordPress. Like I said, you can actually copy the body of a post directly into WordPress by either using the built-in WordPress functionality for emailing into. If you have Jetpack as the plugin within WordPress, you can do that. And then if you're using WordPress.com to host you can go ahead and do that. And since it's such a popular platform, you can do that pretty easily and seamlessly. You can also copy and paste into other blog platforms, and that's what you were just asking about. Basically, what I always say is, don't try and copy and paste from the note itself, because within any editor, you're going to get all kinds of crud attached to it. Okay, so to think of barnacles on the side of a ship, it just picks it up along the way. You don't see it, but it's there. So the goal is to take it into a view where you're going to have least amount of conflict, and the best way to look at that is within a web browser itself. So I usually say publish the public link, go to the public link, copy and paste the note, and now paste that into wherever you're going to publish it on your blog or podcast platform. And then finally, you can use a tool called Pistachio. Pistachio is really fantastic, and if I have time, I'll take you all into it. I'm happy to show you around the tool. But Pistachio, what it allows you to do is to actually use an Evernote notebook as a website, and you can actually publish your blogs. Notes can be one of two things. It can be a page or a blog post, or a podcast episode in essence. Pistachio posts an RSS feed that has the appropriate media enclosures, so you can actually syndicate your custom domain feed directly into iTunes and any other platforms, Stitcher, Google Play Music, and otherwise. So I really love Pistachio for that reason, and I actually tested it this morning just to make sure it worked, and it does actually validate for the appropriate media enclosure to Apple standards. So Pistachio is great. So what you have is a notebook that you decide to share publicly. You synchronize that with the Pistachio tool, and now you're capable of having a website. So say it's mypodcast.pistachio, and it's POSTACH.io, and you can custom domain that. I would highly recommend that you custom domain the notebook connection to Pistachio. So now you have mypodcastname.com or whatever it's going to be, right? Now /feed.xml is now your podcast feed, okay? And that's what you're going to use as your RSS feed for purposes of syndicating out. And a note is published just by tagging it as published. So you write up your blog post, or you write up your show notes for your podcast, throw up your embed for your audio, and click, tags, published, enter, synchronize, and it becomes a published blog post on Pistachio. If you want something to be a page, you then tag it published and tag it as page. And so now Pistachio knows that's a page you want on the website and becomes a page. They have lots of different custom templates, lots of different templates that you can use that are non-custom, and you can of course edit the CSS in order to make it do whatever you want. But Pistachio basically can turn your Evernote notebook into its own blog or podcast. So it's very, very powerful in that sense. And it's inexpensive, so it's not really like it's a big cost. And I really like it. So what you do is any code that you want in and on the website, you literally just paste the embed code in the note itself. One recommendation that if you do decide to use Pistachio is always simplify formatting for any code that you paste in it. So in Evernote, it has a function that you drop down from the menu for the note format, and you can actually do what's called simplify formatting. And that sometimes if you paste code from a website from one place to another, it gets, again, some of that barnacle. You want to go ahead and simplify format. When you publish to the Pistachio platform, it can then read those code snippets appropriately and render them for you. Okay? So you can use Evernote for publishing directly to the internet, which is really fantastic, and so on and so forth. So I'm happy to answer Q&A. I've got my information on whatever you'd like to. You're happy to tweet at me or email me with questions, and I'm happy to do that as well. Any questions?
Does Evernote have an official podcast?
Evernote does not have a podcast that I'm aware of. Yeah, they have their blog.evernote.com.
So I know they did at one point. Like, this is many moons ago. Because I thought it was so cool because they actually had the CEO, like the main tech guy and the main marketing guy. And I'm like, this is how you use podcasting, people.
Yeah. No, they did maybe for a very short period of time, but they don't currently have
That
it.
CEO did a podcast with Ferris.
Phil Libet. Yeah. So it's the former CEO right now.
Phil,
Yeah. Right now, CEO Chris O'Neill.
You had mentioned before about a note, then a sheet. Is that the same thing, or is it different, or cross wires?
Sheet in what sense? Oh, it's just, I was relating a note to a sheet of paper,
Okay.
but that it's digital, so you can actually put whatever you want on that sheet of paper. In essence, yeah. In essence, that's a note. Yeah.
My biggest hurdle with Evernote is kind of the organization, which you touched on. Is there some like great hint or tip you can throw out there in terms of like tags and notebooks and stacking? Like I never used tags in anything really.
Then don't use tags now. I mean, like that ends up being such a bespoke answer for every individual. What I will tell you is that have as many notebooks and stacks as you need, but no more. And just use the organization of the tool to learn how you work. So, it's an ongoing process. You're going to decide, okay, well, I need 3 notebooks. So for example, I have this thing. I decide, what the categories of my life are, and they all fit under those umbrellas across every tool. Calendar, to desktop folders, to Evernote, to Gmail labels, to other, Outlook folders. They're all going to be the same. I want to make sure they're cohesive across those. And then everything else can fall underneath it, but I want as few as possible. So that's sort of my answer for that, is to just like decide on what that organization and piece is going to be, and then stick with it. But know that you can change. You can change it as you need.
Yeah.
Other questions?
I feel like it's sort of impossibly stupid because they're named notebooks. This never occurred to me, but actually visualizing notebooks.
Yeah.
It's not a thing that I've done with my Evernote, but for organizing sake seems very, because I don't use tags either. I'm terrible at keywording things or tagging things, but putting them under like this is a category of this stuff seems really easy. And yeah, despite them being literally named notebooks, I never put that together.
Yeah, the concept is called skeuomorphism, and the idea of taking technology and making it look like real world physical items. And it makes a lot of sense for you to think about the physical, artifacts in your own life and translating them to how they can work in your digital life, but knowing that it has the flexibility of search and tagging and integration.
Very easily that doesn't go in that notebook and move it, as opposed to my moleskins that I've been using.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
They come in cases into the big one.
Oh no, we're gonna do the closing remarks in here. we came to the crowd. Yeah. Thank you very much for.
Oh yeah, no problem. Happy to help.
Do we want to play the slideshow?
Sure. And thank you for stepping in to do this session.
Oh yeah, happy to be able to help on short,
Absolutely, thank you.
even on short notice.
No, it's great. You came prepared.
Is this your dongle up here, Ray? No, never mind.
Barkers.
Yeah, no, it says cinema department. Did they have the...
What do you need?
Did they not have the VGA on today?
Oh, they might not have.
I need my other dongle.
Oh, that's not gonna work?
No, that's the VGA one. I
Oh.
need the HDMI. It's in my... It's okay. I
Oh,
have it.
Okay.
It's in my thing.
It's in your thing.
It's in the thing.
Amanda with all the dongles. Your bag of dongles. It's nice. Where's Slit?
I'm very good with you.
What? Okay, you're tall. Come here.
Lock that light for us.
You're gonna be sword standing.
Oh, you know what?
Okay, Sorg, we're gonna have you introduce yourself to the group.
I'm Michael Sorg. You all know me, and you are somehow related to me in the digital world, because the only reason anybody is here is because of me and my podcasting. You just thought that was Sorg. I was like, yes! No, that's it. The only reason anybody in Pittsburgh is into podcasting because I started it. He would murder me
We
so
all know
hard.
that Sorg is way more humble than us.
No. I really wish you would all.
Is it still broadcasting? Because that's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Sorg is recording this.
I was gonna go back and watch it. He's gonna be like, what the?
Hi, Mike.
What just happened?
Hi, future Mike.
I thought that was a pretty good impersonation.
Nice. Are you almost done over there?
It's not gonna...
Okay,
Oh.
don't worry about it then.
I got it.
Oh, it's okay.
I got it.
Okay. We're breaking tech over here.
Nope.
Whoa.
Okay, yeah. So, we're the few that have hung it out for the entire, like, the rest of Sunday. Woo. How do we all feel?
Did everybody learn
I was
something?
a little tired, it sounds. But everybody did learn something this weekend, I hope. Maybe?
A ton.
Okay, so a ton, that's good. We like a ton. What are you doing over
Oh,
there?
Dutters didn't see the slideshow from the opening morning.
Aww. So yeah, thanks to Amanda for putting this awesome slide together. For those of you who may not know who we are the organizers for Podcamp, minus Sorg, who is probably tearing down tech in the other room so we can get out of here as quickly as possible so he can get some sleep. But we're going to do a quick roll call. So Amanda, who are you and where are you from?
Amanda. I'm originally from Pittsburgh. I write I'm the chief editor of Bold Pittsburgh. We are a media company that highlights all the fun things to do in the city. We currently run a blog and a podcast. Soon we will be having ebooks, a web show, and some other things coming out in the next year.
Yep, Bold Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Missy. I kind of got dragged along with Sorg because he's my other half. But it's something that I've kind of enjoyed to do for the past few years. So we talk about it after the event and we put it together for the next year, and it just kind of works well for getting everybody together, getting some new faces in, and making sure that we have some fun stuff. We're going through old pictures of like Podcamp stuff. But yeah, have been helping Sorg with his Sorgatron media stuff, and we're splitting out to Sidekick Media at this point, which is kind of our services end of things for other people. And that's what we do, is social media, video, audio content type of stuff. Doug, who are you? Where can we find you?
These are great pictures. I haven't seen these in a while.
If anybody wonders, there is still a Flickr site for Podcamp Pittsburgh, and it goes back to the very first one. So that's where most of these came from. I don't know why that one was blurry. And we'll collect ones from this year too and add them to it. So yes. I scour the internet for the hashtag and add them to it. So a lot of this you're seeing is from previous years. And near the end is last year's.
So make sure you tag your content.
Oh, PCPGH11. And this is why, because when we cultivate and pull everything, we're going from the prior hashtags. And so we can do fun things like this. Doug, who are you?
I'm Doug. I have a craft beer podcast called Should I Drink That? Find it at shouldidrinkthat.com. On Twitter, Periscope @SIDT. Main focus for my show is drink beer. Have a good time drinking beer. Focusing on craft beer, specifically within the Pittsburgh area. That's how we started, and then the show just kind of blossomed from there. When I had started the show, I wanted to raise awareness about craft beer in the Pittsburgh area. There was only 5 breweries at the time. At the end of this year, we're going to have 40. So business is good right now. It's very good. During the day, I'm a digital marketing manager, social media, tech guy, kind of a jack of all trades, which is how I got involved with these guys at the first, well, not the Sorg. Sorg at the first Podcamp. So I've been at every Podcamp since it started. I have an AV background also. I love making video, and kind of getting into podcasting was just natural in 2005 when I saw that it was starting to roll out. I actually had an online radio station beforehand using a Shoutcast server, and if everyone's from Pittsburgh, it was actually a Clark's radio station. So 24 hours, nothing but the Clarks. I was one of their web guys, so I had access to bands, music, and yeah, it's just my love for broadcasting online kind of took off from there, because I could do an online radio show, and then also people send me messages on Instant Messenger, and then MySpace came around. Actually, Friendster, then MySpace, and kind of grew from there.
So, if I could real quick, you asked in the last session how long Amanda and I had been friends. I never knew about the Clarks intern thing, the Clarks thing.
Oh, really?
Never knew that.
Sorg and I talk about it all the time. So we have
Which Sorg?
But what is your newest project?
my newest project, though, because what goes better with beer than barbecue? So I started yinslovebbq.com. It's a directory for right now of all the barbecue joints in southwestern Pennsylvania. That grew out of a need from people asking me, where do I go to eat? You know about beer, you probably know where to eat. As you can tell, I like to eat, especially barbecue. So I started talking to a few writers, and they said, we don't know where to go. We know of like maybe 4 or 5 places. My list grew from those 4 or 5 places to 35. And there's a good chance you haven't heard of probably 30 of them, because they're nice small mom and pop places that just pop up around town. So if you check out the website, yinslovebbq.com, you can also find it at yinslovebbq on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. I post a lot of food pictures. I'm into the food porn and beer porn. Check it out. Find all the information about it. It's a brand new site, so if you have any places, pardon me?
How are you spelling Yinz?
Y-I-N-Z. I'm not a native Pittsburgher, so that's how I spell it. And I've been told there's a unit sometimes, but
That's why.
Is there some argument over how to spell yin?
there is.
Oh, yeah.
It's Y-I-N-Z or
Y-I-N-Z.
Y-U-N-Z and Y-O-U-N-Z.
I would say I've seen
That's
Y-O-U.
Chicago. That's not Pittsburgh.
Every time I write it, somebody complains about it.
Y-I-N-Z.
That's how I always
That's
say
what I'm with Chris on that.
That's what I
It's
did.
like a use
Yin.
accent.
Yeah.
That's different. I don't know.
So that's everything I'm working on right now.
Yeah, and since Sorg is still not here, I guess we can mention Sorg.
He's watching the stream.
Of course he is.
Don't cross the stream.
The man behind the mic.
Yeah, he's kicking his feet back right now and just kind of relaxing in the other room while we're wrapping things up.
With
Mike
the YouTube.
has been doing
With the
the YouTube. Mike is the one that's been doing the video stuff. We had video provided by Work Hard Pittsburgh, Stream Pittsburgh, and Sorgatron Media to do the live video stream for all of the video stuff, which means Sorg has been back and forth to each of these rooms multiple times throughout the day, making sure that the video is going right, that the stream is set right, that everything is going well, so that we can have not only those of you physically here in attendance, but also online available to attend. He will have the video from all of this stuff put together and gone through, probably in some sort of rudimentary stream within the next week or two, available on our site. So he works very hard and very diligently to put on this great event. Again, with the rest of us, but I think honestly, if you guys could agree with me, Sorg is kind of like the driving force behind a lot of it, which is really cool because he's passionate about podcasting. He is passionate about social media, so much so that he left his job 5 years ago to do it because he has that much of a love for it. And it's his friendships with people like Doug and Amanda, even Katie over there, who picks on us every once in a while. Frank is a new friend to the little group here. And many, many others out there in the Pittsburgh podcasting area that, he just loves to do it. And I know myself, I just kind of take a lot of it for granted until it comes to Podcamp. And it's one of those nice things that kudos to Sorg. So if you see him, give him a high five. Let him know that it was pretty cool. You can check him out at Sorgatron Media. He's doing the stuff with lots of video work, lots of podcast work. Hey, we're talking about you.
You
were supposed to be doing this.
Everything is currently available right now on YouTube, and I think the live stream for Room 2 is as well. Nicer, like separated feeds for all the videos. Will be done hopefully within 2 weeks. If everything went well this weekend, we'll find out.
So there you go. Thank you, Sorg. Other than that, we've put the event on each year, and the event goes because of you. Like, seriously, I say this every year, but it is because of you. When we are talking about whether or not we're going to do it, how we're going to do it, somebody emails us or hits us up on Twitter, hey, when's Podcamp this year? And it's like, okay, yeah, we Podcamp this year. So, it's because of you guys that we continue to do this. And as a community event type of thing, it's because of you and with your assistance that we can make it go year to year. From presenters stepping in when other presenters are unable to be here for certain reasons, which we had 3 presenters that things came up and they couldn't make it this year. And we were able to have some stand-ins with pretty much the other content that was going to be provided, maybe tweaked a little bit, but it was good to go. We've had presenters who came in as attendees this year, we'll say last year, who come in and say, well, I've learned all of this stuff, can I present it next year? Absolutely, because that's what the event is all about, is sharing that wealth of information and sharing and teaching other people how to use it and how to adapt to it. So it's been a great event, and we're loving it. We're going to be making some changes for the next coming year, and we'll be in touch with a lot of you people to get some feedback on what you thought about this year, what you liked about this year, some suggestions that you have maybe for future events. We're also talking about doing regular monthly events, smaller, very smaller scale than the formal two-day event, but keep an eye on our Twitter and our website for some of that information. And of course, a big thank you again to all of our sponsors. I'm gonna get it right this time. You are with Blueberry. We've got Mackenzie over here. She's been here all weekend with her nice little table over there with some swag and some great stuff. We've got Libsyn. You guys have done sessions. You guys did the podcasting sessions. Sorg was able to focus on getting the streams ready so that they're actually live and ready to go today for some of them, because you guys were able to do the podcasting, like 101 through 301 sessions and other stuff. So that's amazing. That's great, and we love it. Plus your support of the event in general, just amazing, awesome, lovely. We've got Pear. She must have gone. I don't see her over here. But Pear Networks also came in to sponsor the event, and those are 3 big names as far as hosting and web stuff is concerned. So I think that's pretty awesome that we're able to partner with them for the event. We've got CW Press did our awesome shirts. We like them. They're a local company. We give them some love. They give us some love. It's really great. Lyft, again, we have the Lyft code PODCAMP. Gives you 5 free rides of up to $10 if you put in that code as a new Lyft user. You can't be already signed up for the service. Again, Work Hard Pittsburgh, Stream Pittsburgh for helping with this video stream to be able to do this live streaming. Sorgatron Media and Bold. And Doug, you've already pimped your stuff.
That's what I do.
That's all good. So yeah, I mean, those are our corporate sponsors. But then again, we also have the VIP sponsors, the people you saw walking around in the orange shirts. Individuals who may not have a business that they're shilling, but they still want to give back to the community. So yeah, I mean, it's a group collaborative, and we love that about it. We love to keep it that way. So happy Podcamp. Give yourselves all a round of applause. And with that, I think Podcamp
Class dismissed.
is good. For those who are interested, we're going to be hanging out around Market Square, probably not drinking like we did last night. Getting some grub if you'd like to pal around and check out some of the...
What's the place?
The Yard. Checking out The Yard.
The Yard. Grilled cheese place.
Well, there's more than just grilled cheese.
All I hear about is grilled cheese.
Oh, because the grilled cheese is amazing. Yes. We're done.
It's lovely outside, by the way.
Is it?
Are you being
Yeah,
heavy on the sarcasm?
Is it like pouring outside or what?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Should we all get together and watch a film? And
Yeah.
I could queue up a movie. I only pressed one button, by the way. I went from computer to laptop, HDMI. I figured that's all I could.
You're gonna
No
push the
problem.
shutdown button?
Come on!
That's when all the
Well,
neat
it was like
stuff
I plugged
happens.
everything in, and I'm like, why is it not working? And I'm like, oh wait, it just says HDMI. I can do that.
If our faculty can do that, I have
Oh
no
my
doubt.
God. You would be appalled.
Would I?
Oh, yes, you would.